Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge and space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others, that they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates MEGRAV fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientists and agricultural practitioners of the Keshe Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Keshe Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process.
Welcome, everyone, to the 170th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And it's Thursday, May 4th, 2017. And welcome once again as we welcome Mr. Keshe to our environment. And he'll be talking in two halves of the workshop today. We'll focus mostly on the health aspects, I understand, in the first part, and then we'll have a 5 or 10 minute break and go on to a different aspect on the second half. So, Mr. Keshe, are you ready to begin there? See if we can.
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual. Whenever and wherever you listen to these teachings. As Rick said, the way we broadcast the knowledge seekers programs from now on will change slightly in a way to bring more different aspects of the foundation work into operation. One is that the teachings will be in-house, and the new teaching group and committee which has been set up to bring more knowledge directly in all aspects of the teaching to us. In so many ways, the teaching today will be the beginning of a new cycle for us, where we split the teaching in different sections, where we teach the health aspects, and then the teaching group will explain their work and how they support teachings and the new ways of teaching which has been brought in. And then we go back to our normal teaching. What the normal teaching is just adding to the knowledge. This is all adding to knowledge, but we're trying to section it. In so many ways, if we go back to the Thursday teaching of last week on the health, we
I think we may have lost Mr. Keshe. Is that true? I think so, yeah. I think we have a temporary disconnect in the connection there. James says no sound. Do you hear me, James? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we just temporarily lost the connection with Mr. Keshe. And he said that might happen in this first part of the show with his more of a temporary connection. So bear with us as we wait for Mr. Keshe to come back.
We got him back.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
hi, Mr. Keshe.
Somebody, somebody, what do you call it, disconnected my voice in the background. Where did you hear up to?
Well, just what was the last part there? Just you're just starting
talking about the
to
introduction
get going.
to teaching.
It was about the medical part. About the
Yeah,
health.
how the teaching was split in half. Like.
Okay, no problem. So we start again. What we said was that the teaching part, the medical part will follow, and the teaching will come in different ways from the new group, which is set up for teaching. What was to explain was that, as we said in the medical part last time, that we started life as a fish or in a liquid environment, and then in a fraction of the second or in a short time, we learn or we convert to gas breathers, or we start using gases as part of the main line of feeding the emotional part of the body of the man. Then what about if we start learning to go back to be a fish, to be able to reverse the process in our own lifetime, that we can breathe in the environment of the liquid, or we can breathe in the environment of the solid? Can we have life in the environment of solid? This brings a lot of understanding, a lot for us as a race, as human, to understand. We've been through the process of conversion once before. We've been through the process of understanding that we came from accepting a liquid life to gaseous life. How did this happen? Can we go further? These are the part of the knowledge that in the coming up time we'll try to explain. A lot of people responded in regarding the what we talked about, diabetic, how you can use the gases for diabetic. We can talk about another angle of the same process. What about the use of the gases for high blood pressure? High blood pressure is a psychosomatic. In a way, what you feel in the soul, you transfer into the emotion, and the emotion in direction of, with no interaction in a physical line of matter, but through fields, creates the expansion of the emotion in the direction of the elements within the blood of the man. So, in a way, if you look at it in a physical term, we say the blood vessels have certain volume. We cannot change. On the other hand, the blood has certain volume. We cannot change. But in a physical term, when you, let's say, boil a water, it expands. It cannot fill more than what it is, except that the volume of the liquid increases. So we call that the pressure. In the body of a man, you're dealing with gases. How come you get what you call blood pressure? We know at a certain strength, field strength, the field pressure increases interaction. Field pressure can increase dimensional change. So what this means, the gases inside the body of the man, through the field pressure, which is in the strength, is the emotion of the man, will create a condition that will show higher strength. Higher strength in the in what we call in the physical dimension pressure. This is a fine tuning of transferring knowledge, understanding the knowledge. So if we understand what we call blood pressure in the matter state, in the physical state, we put a machine on it, we measure it, into understanding that the interaction of the fields of the emotion of the man allows the higher order strength fields to be operational in the body of the man, in the cancer of the body, then you understand that that higher strength can come only from emotion, which has no connection with the physicality or the line of nerves, but it has to do the field, what you call the aura within the structure of the body of the man. That the higher order elements manifest themselves in transferring energy, which means we are dealing mainly with the magnetical field strength of the plasma. And this is the game which we have not understood in the world of medicine, and we call it blood pressure. Blood is the channel of the emotion of the man. Blood is the channel where the liquid of the emotion transfers itself. So the only thing which can increase the strength of it or bring the higher order to it is only the emotion which comes from the inner sanctums of the soul of the man. Then if we redefine the pressure, we redefine where has changed, what has changed in the filtering of the emotion of the man from the soul to physicality. In the second part of today, when I'll teach, we go to touch the very essence of the creation of the body of the man. I will teach about the soul, the essence of the soul, where the soul comes from. And then you can listen to the second part and come on back and listen to this, you understand more. So, in so many ways, when we understand the way that matter state has no interaction physically with the GANs state of the matter, then we understand what we call a blood pressure comes only and can only come through plasmatic magnetic fields through what we call the GANs of the body of the man in interaction with the field strength which the totality of the emotion has allowed to be released. So we are dealing mainly with magnetical part of the structure of the plasma of the GANs within the structure of the liquid of the body of the man. What does this mean? If we look at the structure of the blood, what does it carry? It carries iron. This is the main structure of it. So when you have emotion which is at a higher strength, usually you interact with the higher value which is the iron, not with the nitrogen or the oxygen. So it means the filtering of the brain in section which is involved with the matter state releases higher order which is at the strength of the iron. And this allows the creation of the release or in a way absorption of what we call in the matter state the pressure, but at the higher strength order of the plasma. If we understand this, then even people who have blood pressure, the way we look in the cancer, we have to look to see what is extended, what is more predominantly part of the blood which has changed. All blood pressures don't come through one metal. They come through combination of it. Part of sodium, we came from it. We saw how sodium was the instrumental part of creation of life. Without it, iron would have never linked up with hemoglobin. It would have never been created. It was impossibility. So in so many ways, we look at the behavior of the salt in reality, in allowing to release huge amount of energy into direction or absorb from the emotion of the cell of the body. Then we understand why high blood pressure or blood pressure is psychosomatic. What we feel emotionally, we transfer this time in plasmatic strength back to our body. So once we understand this, it's very easy. We need to introduce another element of the plasma into the system that is weaker in strength, but it has the potential to play a power higher strength in the common denominator of the blood of the man, which is the oxygen part. When you take GANs for blood pressure, you play with the oxygen, where, for example, zinc at a higher order stands in interacting in balance with the sodium and the iron within the structure of the plasma strength. So they don't chemically interact, they magnetically connect. Then you bring in balance the what you call the magnetical or magnetic matter in the liquid state of the body, which is the oxygen, and you bring that into balance, and with it you bring the whole structure within the blood of the man into balance. So what do you need for high blood pressure? For high blood pressure, we know is emotional, it's psychosomatic, so you need a zinc oxide. At the same time, you need to connect the emotion with the physical part of the body, because the volume which controls it is the oxygen. So you need the line of communication, which is carbon. What we have seen working effectively is if you take zinc oxide, again what we call morning, lunchtime, and in the evening, especially zinc oxide has to be taken the last thing before you sleep, because at that point the line of emotion of the fields can balance themselves. You take something like 30 ml, 60 ml of the liquid plasma of zinc, 30 in the morning, 30 lunchtime, 60 at night, or maybe slightly more, depends on how you feel to use it. You cover the emotional part of the whole process. Then for it, you need another part, which is CO2. You do the same thing with CO2, but you do 30 for morning, 30 for lunch, and 30 for evening. So in a very simple way, in a very short time, you introduce balance in plasmatic condition of the gans of the blood of the man. And some people find it in much easier way that you mix like 80% of liquid plasma of the gans with 20% liquid plasma of CO2, one being of the zinc 80%, 20% CO2, in a breathing system that we showed last week. And you breathe 3-4 hours a day whenever you have time, the time of pleasure. You sit and watch television. And this will change a lot of things. This will change, and it brings the blood pressure down very, very rapidly, because you satisfied the emotional length in what the strength you needed it and you wanted to be satisfied. That's so easy to change the blood pressure. The same as we showed with the, what we called the sugar. Sugar was in a different way, a strength difference, in a way of survival, because it is the energy which you need to survive. High blood pressure is connected to the salt of the body of the man, to the oxidization part of the body of the man. In the, what we showed in diabetic last week, where you use CH3 from the beginning for the first 2 weeks, it was to show that CH3 is the essence, origin of the structure of life, where the first energy came from. The first 2 weeks when you take CH3, you teach this body of the man to go to balance. This is what is needed. This is where the initial energy came from. And then this gradually goes back to what is already in the DNA of the body of man, in the RNA, and it gets embedded. You got to realize why the GANS technology is so effective in the world of the medicine, in the world of health of the body of the man. The reason for it is everything is in a plasmatic level, is not in the matter level. Everything is that the body of the man transfers its energy through the plasmatic condition. And then now, for the first time, we deal in what the body of the man is made of, plasma. You'll find these things work very effectively because we have understood what we are made of. We have analyzed each part of the body, what it's connected to, emotion to the zinc, muscle tissue to the copper, blood to iron, breathing and emotion needed to connection of the body of the man with oxygen. So we have found the elements. And then the other parts which we have understood more is that the connection is needed between each one solid, or what we call the metal states, and the what we call the transition states, which is the zinc or copper, with the CO2, with hydrogen. And for these, the body over time, our life has decided to use magnesium in connection with the muscle tissue and the emotion, and we use potassium in other direction, and we use calcium in another direction for physical uphold or uprighting up or strengthening or stretching the body or the muscle tissue of the copper. So now in essence we have found a lot of missing link, and this allows us to bring a new dimension in the world of the health. Now we know every matter, what we call metals, is connected through another semi-metals or whatever you want to give name for it, to the emotion. Potassium with one part, zinc with the other, calcium with the other. So now we see the whole interaction. When we decide to interact or getting engaged with the change of the condition of the body, we have to look what is affected, what is the link, and operate through that link, through the emotion. Physicality will have no say when you can change the emotion which is connected to the soul of the man. That's where the source comes from. Something which has been one of the menaces in the life of the man from the time of the inception, or from the time when we were born, is that when the father and the mother, at a point of producing a child, allow the sperm and egg to grow, the father's responsibility diminishes because, as we say, he's done his job. But the essence of feeding the new body starts a new commotion in the body of the mother. From the first second when the interaction takes place, this changes a lot of things and a lot of positions changes. I would like you to go into a break. If you can show one of the videos, Rick, and give me about 5 minutes, I'll come back and join you. I have to do something. Is that okay?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We will improvise.
Okay. No, if you can do it, or if you want to allow Jim to come in, Jim can start for 45 minutes or so, and then I'll start teaching the other part. Yeah? Is that okay with you, Jim? Yes, please. Because the teaching from now on becomes very understanding for a lot of people. Because you have to discuss and we understand the other part of the teaching. Is Jim there? Or if you want to go through an intro as we agreed, and or let the Jim to come in, you have the time we allocated, half an hour, 45 minutes for him to explain everything.
I think Jim is ready. Jim?
Yes,
are you there, Jim? Okay.
Yes, I'm
Can you go ahead, please?
All right, I'll just share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Yes, so we've had a look at the whole education at the KFSSI, and essentially a new team has been put together to look at the whole education and see how we can develop it on different levels so that we can cater for all different types of students. Now, the team's been put together from, so we do have representatives from the students. We'll have got representatives from the different language teachers, from the transcription teams, as well as management. So we've tried to put together a nice team so that we can get the inputs from all different angles to make sure that what we are going to be doing will benefit everybody. The vision that we're setting out with for the education is to essentially create a framework within which we can create a syllabus for this knowledge, because there's a lot of knowledge out there. It's all very scattered all over the place, and so we have to try and bring it into a format and an easier way for people to access it and to begin to understand it in that way. Especially for the beginners and even for the current students, but the whole focus is to try and make this as easy as possible for the beginners. We'll also try and allow for different students' learning styles, because a lot of students some are very visual, some are auditory, some people only learn by practically doing things. So we have to take all of these into consideration, as well as knowing that we all are working and time is very precious to all of us. So we have to try and make it very time efficient for people to learn. We'll create learning through participation of the current students. So the current students will be very actively involved in the learning process and creating the syllabus for us. In this way, we ease a lot of the burden on the current teachers, and through this participation, we'll be able to build a big core team of identifiable teachers that can go out in the future, and they will have all the basic knowledge to be able to teach a lot of people out there in a big way. This is essentially the science of how the universe and everything in creation works. It is therefore necessary to start with the basic scientific understanding of the fields. We all come from the fields. This is the only way that this new knowledge will be accepted and understood by the majority of humanity. And if we can present it as such, it will be adopted and understood quickly and easily to allow for greater technological progress to occur. And this in turn will then elevate humanity to understand more about our emotion and soul and that of the Creator. We did look at some of the current issues that are facing the students today. And we've listed a lot of them so that we can understand how to create something different for the future. New students joining the network every day face a daunting task of trying to educate themselves. We're now on 170th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I know when I joined, it was around the 76th workshop when they introduced the MagRav. And at that stage, we thought, okay, I knew there was really something to this technology. And so we decided to go back and start listening from workshop 1. But, you know, when you're at 76, you think, okay, I can go back to workshop 1. But, and we took us about 3 months of just watching, trying to educate ourselves on that. And now when you look at 170 workshops and people look, well, I just can't go back to workshop number 1 to start watching. It's just too much work. There's also all the health workshops and many other workshops that have been produced. There's also hundreds and thousands of hours of private teachings that Mr. Keshe has done. And so when you start looking at all of these, it just becomes quite a daunting task for any new student, and they just don't know where to start. The current method of teaching has been capturing data and laying the groundwork for transcriptions and translations. So this has given us quite a good groundwork from which we can progress. Most people don't have the time. We're all very time poor in this day and age. And all the skills and knowledge to be able to understand, really fully understand this technology and start to connect the dots between the information. So when most people see this, it just becomes too hard, and we end up moving on to something else in their life because it's just too much of a mountain to climb. And also when the health and energy aspects become more mainstream, there's going to be a huge rush by people for this knowledge, and we need to be prepared for it. At the moment, we are not. And we can see as the health aspects are starting to come out with cancer and the diabetes and the blood pressure, there's going to be a huge demand for people out there wanting to know how to make the basics, you know, how to nanocoat and where am I going to get my gansers from and how am I going to get my gansers. And so we have to be ready for this. At present as well, many people have learned new words. So we've learned MagRav and fields and GANs and phrases, and are essentially just copying Mr. Keshe's words. This is the way we were taught at school, to just copy and repeat without really a deeper understanding. So when we talk to each other as students and talk to each other about the plasma, might seem like we know what we're talking about, but all we're doing essentially is rephrasing those words in a sentence. And when you ask somebody a couple of deeper questions about the science, they really can't give you an answer, because there's a real lack of the basic understanding of the science. And this is why we, the people, have been able to not been able to develop and grow this technology over the last year to 18 months. So what we looked at doing was to create 3 different levels of education. We have the basic, the intermediate, and the advanced. I'll look at the basic side first now. What we've done is essentially broken the plasma science down into 5 categories. So we look at the ethics of plasma and how we interact with each other, with the ethics and with our gases and nanocoating. We look at the full introduction to what is plasma, because many people will ask you, well, tell me what plasma is about in a couple of sentences, and you just can't. It just covers such an enormous amount of work. We'll also look at the basics on GANs, on how to make all the different gases, the nano, and then health applications. So we thought that these 5 areas cover the entirety, not the entirety, but certain and important aspects of this technology. So what we're going to be doing is to create a basic syllabus of these 5 areas. Now, the current students that have been registered with the foundation, we've started it this week. And so the current students are starting to work together, and over the next couple of weeks, we will be building essentially a very basic course syllabus along these 5 areas. Once we've finished this and completed, it will then be available and be given to the public so that it will be available for everybody to use. In this way, we can ensure that everybody knows how to make the correct way of making gases, the correct way of nano-coating, how to use it in the health applications, and a real good understanding of what plasma is all about, so that we can start also approaching and giving this information to other people. And so in this way, we'll all end up on the same level. We'll have created a minimum base level for all the current students, as well as a base level for all new students coming in, that they know that they can sit through a couple of workshops that might only be 10 hours long, but they will get the real basics of what everything is all about. And then they can decide for themselves whether they want to progress on from there, but at least they will have the basics. After that, we've also looked at creating an intermediate level education, and these will all be done in the private workshops for the private students. And once we've finished creating the basic syllabus for the public and for everybody, then we'll start working on going through and summarizing and create a larger syllabus structure. So we'll be going through all the private teachings and the public teachings, as well as the books, and start to put together a very much larger syllabus, so that new students coming in and joining that are very interested will be able to come in and start learning, and we'll know that we can start from A and work our way through to Z. This will be a very big task and will take us a long time to achieve. But what we will be trying to do is, as and when we're making small progress in this, this information, parts of this information will be then made available to the public, so that we can also slowly educate the public in a very simple and easy way. Another part of the private workshops will be to make space available for current students to present their own work in specific areas that they're exploring. You know, we all have our own passions in certain areas, whether it's health or agriculture, And so we will do a lot of extra work in that area. So we'll be giving chance for the students to come in and start really delving deeper into their area of expertise and really try and understand it. We'll also make it available for outside people that do have a lot of expertise in different areas that might be in a different technology, but where they do see a fit and they'd like to come and show their point of view and see how it fits in with the plasma. And they'll be able to teach us a lot, and we can teach them a lot. And in this way, we'll be able to bridge the current science into the plasma science and vice versa. So we open this to a lot of the anybody that's done a lot of work, as well as some scientists that would like to come in and give some of their work. And this will then be stepping stone to a lot of the more focused workshops. And this is all done in the advanced side. So this will also be on the private workshop group. And here what we'll be doing is setting up special groups to develop the knowledge and technology in very, very specific areas. For example, developing the flight systems. And there, Armin and John will be able to come in and really guide the students that want and into this technology so that we can get greater progress in that area. If we'll put students together that will want to work on the ACER system, creation of matter, soul exploration. So these will all become very specialized projects. And this will allow the participants to use their basic understanding and to start developing commercial products out of this. And we also open that out to universities and scientists to also come in there and also give them a chance to work with our students and to develop this technology. So essentially, we're looking at the 3 areas of education: the very basic, which will be for the public, so that they have a very good, broad, general knowledge of this technology. It will alleviate a lot of the confusion out there as to which way to nanocoat, which way to put my wires, and am I making the right ganses? Because the information that then we'll put out will be the correct information, and that will be the basis for everybody. We create opportunities for students to develop in the intermediate phase, and in there we'll be working on broader syllabus, and then the advanced, the very focused workshops on the space systems, as we all want to end up going in space. So that will be a very, very important area. So that's what we've looked at. We try and cover a lot of areas for the different students. It's slowly developing it, and it will just morph and change over time. But we feel that what we've put together as the team will work very well, and hopefully in this way we'll be able to pass on the knowledge in a much quicker way to the public, and in that way encourage a lot more public to come in and coming as a private student and really work together in developing this technology. Because it really comes down to us as the people. We have to change the situation here on Earth, and we have to do it ourselves. We can't wait for anybody else to come in and show us what to do or how to do it. We have to do it ourselves. And this is the area that we can do it is by educating ourselves into the knowledge and then doing it for ourselves and for each other as humanity. A special thanks has to go out to the transcribing team for their dedication and to do a very tedious and difficult job. They do all this behind the scenes in transcribing all the live workshops for us and some of the private workshops, so that it makes it easier for the students to get access to and create sort of a database. And also to the teachers and students for all their work done so far in advancing the knowledge over the last 6 to 12 months in all the education training that's been going on in the background. So thank you very much. That's all I have there, Rick. If there's any questions I can answer.
Okay. Just get my microphone plugged in. Okay, so
Anyone that wants to get promoted to ask a question,
yes,
maybe?
that was the line. I just had to get my other microphone plugged in. And yes, anybody who would like to, who's now in the participants, who are attendees, I guess it's called,
Good morning.
can put their hand up and ask to be promoted to a panelist.
Good morning,
That's
Rick.
a familiar voice.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
So you guys, are you trying to create videos that shows basic of nano coding and creating gases for people so people have a better?
Yes, we are trying to create animations, as much videos with the groups and explaining very details from the beginning, how to do it, what to do it, that they don't get confused.
Okay, that would be great because is a lot would be solved because a lot of people when they they want to learn it, they approach it, then they say, oh, when can I go and start? And then usually, time is very important for people because everybody's working. I have people coming to my office, they're asking for that. Then for myself, even when I show them nano coding for me takes 3 days because if I use the caustic, first day you use the boiling water, 24 hours, then you do the steam. Then after that, you have to use the voltmeter to drain it, to align it. So nobody has 3 days. I don't have 3 days. So it's very cumbersome to, pass the information. I mean, if there is a really detailed video with people presenting it and showing it, that's easy. You just tell people, okay, go to this site and watch this, and you get the information, and you can make your gases at home. Because right now it seems like I have to create all the gases and just give it to people. Just here, this is this, go use it. So everybody using it just like I'm passing medications, which is not a good system because you want to.
Yes, can I come in, Azarjan? There is a very big difference in what we are trying to do this way. Most probably those of you who become like a production machine that you just give it the GANs. Make a brochure. Go give them the link and say this is what you got to do, you can do it yourself. Or make a leaflet with it that they can do it, the step-by-step download. It says, this is what I can give you, but you can do it yourself. Because once they do it themselves, then they go to the next step and they can do it. But what we're trying to do with this new cycle of teaching is not so much to carry on teaching to make the GANs, is to teach how to bring onto the teaching, like the workshops with Jim said, that people can bring their point of interest, what they do, into the teaching, is for them to, for example, I use the liquid plasma in a soap. This is what gave me. Or I use it in a cooking. Or I use it in something else. Or I use it in an accident for the skin or whatever. This is what we're trying to encourage on both ways. Not only just making the gases. From now on, we want to broaden the spectrum of the understanding how it's used, how you use it. As I said, for example, in the meeting of the board of what do you call it, teaching group, was we in Africa, Caroline came up with a solution how we can stop salmonella. We love to eat eggs, but every egg here, majority of it have got salmonella. But how do we do it? She found a solution. She sprays spray of CO2 with the spray of copper oxide, gas plasma, on the egg before she cooks it, before she fries it. And we enjoy the life. What we want to bring is all these little things that every time you come to a teaching, it doesn't come to be a GANS, it's coming to be a cooking recipe, what you take at the end of the session with you. And we want to make it more applicationable requirement, in a way that I use it, I apply it, this is what it gives me. It was beautiful to see Richard last week coming and say, I sprayed it on this and the color has changed and the thing has changed. We are there as what we call the pioneers in the technology, all of us. And it's 7 billion pioneers and hundreds of billions of ways to find out to do things. And this is the purpose of the new teaching, that in teachings, you bring the recipe, the teachers bring the recipe, and by the end of the teaching, we learn what we're gonna have, what we got out of it, what we can get. And this is the beautiful thing about it. And this is what we're trying to encourage, that the foundation work, the teaching moves into practicality, into application. And that is the angle which the teaching has changed to. In so many ways, you come and learn how to make GANs, and then what do you do with it? I use it on a plant. I use it to wash my car. What does it do with the car? And then somebody else tested it and says, I found something else. This is what we want to bring it, applicationable use teaching. That not only we learn how to nano-coat, we learn how to apply. We learn to, every time, if you do this, how many of you have tested gas water with, let's say, CO2 or zinc oxide, with baking a cake, with washing a car, with using it in a different application? We've seen people touch the soap and some people are exploring it, that it has this and that. What about you make patches which hang around the house? What about painting the house with the CO2 gas in your paint? What feeling does it give? Does it change the house atmosphere? This is what we're trying to increase. This is what we're trying to bring in, to move to the next step. As Jim said, the teaching of how making gas will be there, but now we want to move to the next step. And then, as Jim said, those who become expert in certain fields that they can take over, and there is a room for everybody to become expert in their job. As long as we don't become arrogant and do not become, what I say, blind just because we found something and think everybody else is nothing, that we are part of the whole structure. Totality brings the beauty of the, what I call the picture. Then we can go. We've seen people who came and they learned one thing and now they think they are the gods of everything and everything else is finished. These are incompetence in the knowledge of the man. We want to make it that everybody is proud to come and share. Everybody is a teacher. If you found something, you can ask, can I be a teacher for one session because I want to teach this? And you'll be given a chance. And if you can explore it more, you'll be given a few more sessions. Then it brings variety, that people come in, their hunger to come to each lesson, to each teaching, that this time what's going to be, what I'm going to learn, what cooking I'm going to learn, what will be the recipe I take, can I change my spaceship in a different way, can I change the color of my car every day the way I want.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. This is Monique in Oslo. I absolutely appreciate and back everything you just said. But as the old guard, I want to remind everybody that such things like nano-coating, Rick did very, very nice videos. And we must be very careful not to fall in the trap to think that everything is new, which is new. It's always better that's already been done. It has just a question of organizing what's already been done and put it back to their true value. When we arrived, we only had Rick's work, and we managed very well understanding what, through him, what was needed to be done. While we're talking about nano coating or the coils making and everything. I think that you have to remember the fall of the British society in the 19th century. They thought that everything was done before. They were savages and idiots. and it ended up with a theory of Darwin on evolution, which is a complete nonsense. So we have to pace ourselves with lots of love in our hearts. Some people appeared like comets in the foundation, and through sheer exhaustion just disappeared, and they probably will come back like comets do. And we all have to just pull ourselves together, find the right solutions, but always with a heart full of love, like Carolina always reminds us. I think that is essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do now, is it finished with the teaching? Any other comments?
Mr. Keshe, talking about whatever, I mean, once we know the ganses and the nano coding, all that, then we like people share what they've done according to their essence. I mean, that's absolutely right. You know, I've done a lot of things, but I never shared it because I thought everybody else is doing it too. I give you an example. I was cleaning, I want to clean my office carpet 2 Sundays ago. I asked my brother to come and help me. So we put the whole bucket of CO2 gas, zinc, copper, CH3, water into the carpet washing, and we washed the whole carpet. The big difference between this year washing the carpet, you know, we did it with hand, with brush. And then last year, we did it on Sunday and we off on Mondays, and Tuesday we came, and everybody who came to the office, I mean, the office looks massively bigger and brighter, and something about it is changed. It's just like, I mean, it's such a glow in it. It's just fascinating to see the difference between last year cleaning the carpet, which is the same hallway, but it seems is just huge difference. I don't know how to. Everybody who came here says, "Wow, this is amazing. What happened here?" I mean, everybody made a comment, and that's what we did. And I was wondering if somebody does the painting with all the 3 ganses in it, what all the 4 ganses in it, what's going to happen? Or another thing I did is my C1, which is on my top part of my body, always goes out of alignment. So anytime I want to exercise, I put 2 patches of CO2 and zinc on both of my sports bra, and I go and I do my exercising. When I come back, my C1 is always aligned. It never goes out of place. So these are the simple things, you know, people are doing, because I mean, at least I've done a couple of things, but a lot more I'm doing, but I don't share because I don't think really matters.
Azarian, this is what we say, these classes are for these things. It's no use coming and saying, I've done it. We want you to go into more detail, the reason behind it, what you saw. Because when you explain it, not only you teach, you learn yourself more to teach more. And this is what we're trying to inspire. It's not that somebody showed the best way and that was the only way and we have to keep to it. We all come in and we show different ways and the way we do it, and we add to the knowledge. What we're trying to do is not to keep to one pattern, because as I said, there are as many ways to produce the, what do you call it, plasma, as there are stars in the sky. And so what we're trying to encourage is, when you come in and you say, I washed with this and this, what was the reason behind it? What do you see it? And what it brought? And then somebody else can add different. What about you add different percentage of things in the same liquid? What will be more effect? In the coming time will come, there is a group of people who have been not eating any food for months. They have gone through the past. We saw some people came, they tried, and then they went back to the food. There is a group of people who have gone through the path of what we call GANS plasma, liquid plasma transformation. I've been with one for nearly 3-4 days. Since December, early week of December, till now, doesn't need anything except what he has created. I've asked him to make a video. I asked him to make a structure because I've seen him. He's with us. He wasn't there that he could eat something somewhere else and come back and do something else. So we're going through that phase. People who have being, or they're trying different things. This is what we want to bring into teaching. The next step is a space technology. As you know, Motion's program is going ahead, starting from 20th. And these are all going to be, as was the private teaching in the first 2 cycles. We have chosen very, very few people, but they then become the flag bearers of the knowledge of space.
Mr. Keshe, there was a question about from Sabrina, who asked, please ask what the sole research and the teachers' teams are about and what the requisites are for that.
This is done by the people who are in charge of the teaching now. It's a teaching committee. It's not a teaching person individual anymore. Now the teaching committee is a group from the students, from the transcribers, from the teachers, and from every aspects we try to cover, that everybody is happy with the what I call the teaching, and you have to ask and put a question to them, and what it is and how it is and what they see and how they see it and when it's going to be.
Okay, and Jay has a question. Will the students be placed into groups by the teaching section, or will they be able to choose which groups or classes they feel that they want to attend, or ones they find interesting? And will the classes be timetabled in a certain way that a student could still attend them all on time, on their time, I guess, if they wanted to?
Can I come in there? At the moment, we're focusing in the next couple of weeks on just creating the basic syllabus. So there we have allocated students into different groups to task them to look at researching different areas so that we can all come together and create the syllabus. Once that's over and we start developing, we will be looking at trying to create workshops that are happening at different times around the world to try and cater for people in different time zones that can't always log on to the European time. So that's all in the pipeline, and that will happen as we progress over the next couple of months. And yes, you can join in and study whatever you want, but you got to realize that this technology does cover every aspect of our life. So by studying one area, you'll end up learning about everything else anyway. Thanks.
The teaching platform, the way we done it today, had to be done to open the teaching and more people to understand they can be part of it. They can come in and participate, and at the same time is not just for one thing or one subject like gas making or nano making and the rest. We're trying to cover every aspects, everything which touches our life. How do we disinfect waters? How do we create a healthy environment just by doing things like as Azza said, by paint. We have to start seeing the changes that we can change the situation. It's not that we throw waters on the walls and hopefully something changes. We have to understand it has a connection with us. It's part of us. We are made of it, and in being made of it, it affects us. And these has to be taught by the people who see it, they feel it, and they bring it. And maybe in one session, 2 or 3 people bring different aspects of the same thing or different thing. I always said, I always teach, physics has to be fun. Otherwise, it's not physics. And our life is physicality. We are physical. Being a plasma or whatever, even a line of belief is a plasma, is a physicality of interaction. So this is what we got to do. This is what we have to extend our knowledge, to be open-minded. To be totally open-minded. In receiving, it doesn't, it's not acceptable to us. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It means we have to go to the next step. It means maybe we have to enlighten ourselves more and more. Is there any other question, or can we go to the next part?
I believe, let me just double check on the live stream that I didn't ignore someone here. No, I think we're pretty much good to go. Yes. You want to proceed, Mr. Keshe?
Thank you very much. This kind of putting teachings in part of the center of the, where every Thursday will become very known, because the teaching group will say what they need, the requirement, the teachers, or what they want to talk about next week. And if you are interested, you can join in so you know the next week program. This is how we try to expand the knowledge and the teaching, like Saturday morning teachings with the children, that it can be registered and can be for people to come in, that they want to come in a specific session where there is their interest. This is how we are evolving to a bigger structure to cover the totality of our needs. Going back to the teaching. In this morning, I tried, you will see the pattern, we tried to cover one aspect of the health that it touches a lot of us. What I started, and I put the seed of thoughts, I hope, in the mind of some of you who were listening, and I did that deliberately in so many ways, was to bring a very big problem, one of the most fundamental problems which touches the society. It touches the society because it touches the women, touches the life of the women who give birth. It touches the life of the women who try to give birth. As I always say in my life, in my teachings, us men are not aware of the pain of the women, and women are not aware of the pain of the man. The time has come to educate, that both sides to become one, understand each other's problem. And some of the topics will touch, there'll be some things which not be acceptable to some, because to them it doesn't exist. And if it exists and they accept it, they have to change the course of their life. And in either way, we teach to inspire. We don't teach to teach that this is what it has to be. As I said before we hand over to Jim, and I left you in the limbo, was for you to think. When a man and a woman come together, when you conceive a child, or you try to conceive a child, a woman goes through a different process of emotion than a man does. When a woman expects to get to be a mother, brings a different line of emotion and thoughts in her body than a man does. As my great grandmother used to tell me, having a child is not just shaking your trousers. Having a child means accepting responsibility in all dimensions. Men don't think that way, because we've never been brought up to understand we are fundamentally a part of the structure from the time of the thoughts, not from the time of inception. When a woman goes through a cycle, wanting to be pregnant or getting pregnant by accident, all changes the dimensions in the life of the woman and the man. Many women would like to have a child, but it doesn't happen. The conceiving a child, up to now, till very recently, past 40, 50 years, when a woman could not have a child, or a couple could not have a child, a woman was blamed for it. She cannot do. The old say used to be, her oven is dead. But with the new science, we understand most of the problem in majority of the cases, or at least 50-50, stands in what I call the pipeline of the man too, is blocked, doesn't exist. And it's very hard for a lot of men to accept this, because we've been blamed to blame, and we've been taught is the woman who cannot conceive. And in majority of the time, especially in Western world, is the man who does not have the right strength, sperm, to be able to transfer his energy to an egg, which is already there with a woman. This is, in a way, the woman says, I want an energy level that the life of man on this planet can survive, and darling, you don't have it. We call it in the medical term, your count is done or is not strong enough.
And we may have a brief interruption as Mr. Keshe, are you back yet? So your microphone is there, but it's now muted. Now
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
We are back. Yeah, this is going to be resolved in the next 5 minutes. We are on this, what do you call it? We are back in our position. So what I was trying to say is that the woman in her birthright, in her what the responsibilities given to her at the point when she was born herself, is to guarantee the survival of the best offspring. That the energy she puts in bringing a child, giving life, is not wasted. So the woman do not lower the level of accepting a weaker sperm, or in a way energy not good enough that it can guarantee her level. She doesn't bring it down to a lower level that it guarantees life, because she looks at the cycle of evolution, that stronger offspring will guarantee the survival of the race. So in that process, when you enter a condition, or a woman who wants to get pregnant, who wants to have a child, not only works with the physical direction, but she works through the emotional dimension too. And that emotional dimension changes a lot of things in characteristics of a woman. And it's the responsibility of the society as a whole to understand the need of the nature and the need of a life and a soul. When we teach about the soul of the man, later part of this teaching, you will understand more. So it is not only for men to understand their problem, it's for men to understand they need the elevation in their soul, in what they have touched themselves, or accidentally, or through the cycle of the evolution, that they can increase the energy of their souls, that increases the dimension energy of the sperm which they produce, that it allows to be elevated to the level of the egg. And it's sacrosanct, it's very important to understand. In the writing of Baha'u'llah Balasta's name, he says, pray for your children 20 years before they are born. And we have children when we are 20. So we see that, as we say, praying is adding to the strength of the soul of the man itself. So by doing that, we strengthen the soul of what we are preparing to create. Don't forget, when a child is conceived, carries the soul of both the man and a woman, and at the same time carries the soul of the society and ancestors. This is what I would like to explain, that you understand more. For those women who go through the cycle of birth, for those women who go to the cycle of bringing a new life, the expectation and the dimension of the emotional strength can put, and does put, huge drain on the emotional level. It happens in two ways. In the present world of medicine, we call it postnatal depression. Doctors have not understood, world of science have not understood how this condition is created, why this condition is created, and how come it happens that it happens to some women and not to all? Just 1 second. And does not happen to the others. How do we see the change in some with how we as men have become responsibility in different dimensions that are important.
Hello, Mr. Keshe? Hello? The last word I heard was important. something important. Okay, we'll have to get that clarified. Hello, Mr. Keshe, I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I do now, yes. You need to clarify what you just said. What
did you hear as a man?
I heard something important, and then that's all I heard was the word important. Everything cut out before and after that.
No, I just walked away from my station.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to be solid. What I was trying to explain, what I'm explaining is that what is important is for the men to understand the problem which a woman goes through the cycle of birth. And as I said in the teaching in the past, us men and women as all together or as individuals have never been taught anything in the school or in our teachings about the reality of life, about how we as total, as a group, as being who we are, have not learned. We've never been taught. We have never been put to understand the reality of how everything works, how we as people are responsible for a lot of things which we have done, like creating a life, we call it a child, and then we think the child is born, the mother is there, and it's her responsibility, it's her job, it is her point of giving birth, and then in so many ways, in giving birth, we've done our job as men. We've been there, we did what we had to do, and we leave it to our partners to bear the life. Hello, can you hear me? Yes,
Hi.
I'm trying to
Yes.
change over to the screen computer. The system is not linking up. So what I'm trying to explain is us as men have to understand a lot about women, and women have to understand a lot about us. And a process happens at the time of birth, prior to the birth, from the time of inception till the point of the child is born. And then in the present time, they call it, as I said, postnatal depression, or they call it change of hormones, or whatever we put words to it, whatever we've been told to put the words to it, whatever it fitted the man to be able to say it has nothing to do with me, or I don't want to understand. In many cases, women go through horrendous cycle, and men never understood. I would like to talk about today, as part of the health teaching, to open the eye of the men especially into what their partners go through at the point of birth, during the process of the birth, and then after, what we call in many cases postnatal depression. What this means is that it is for us men, it's very easy. We, as we say, we done our job. But for a woman, the job does not finish. For women, the job carries on. They have put their energy, and you have to understand at the point of inception, the child is part of the soul of the woman, is connected to the soul of the woman. And this is important that in that process, the emotion of the child, the life of the child, all will interact with the life of both things together. Which means when a life is created, when a man goes through the process of birth, in that process, we have to understand that we as being have to go to the next step. Which means the mother goes through interaction between the life and the existence of her own, and in so many ways in understanding that the separation of the child which has been inside the mother, in physical term by birth, it cannot be accepted by the mother. We have given this different names, but in fact, what we have not understood is that at the time of separation of a child from the mother, where the fear of giving life during the cycle of pregnancy, the fear of letting go for what you have so preciously kept for 9 months with you, and then not knowing if what you have created will stand the course of life, brings anxiety to the mother. And this anxiety, which is totally emotional dimension, will create mayhem in the soul of the woman. What we call the transfer of the energy from the soul to the child. When they give birth, they go through the fear of loss. During the time of pregnancy, they live through the fear of, would I be able to give life? We are not in the subconscious of a woman. We do not see what they see. We do not see the anxiety, but continuously, every step, if I fall, what happened to what's inside me, I have responsibility for. If I eat the wrong food, what's going to happen to it? Is it the happy? Am I doing? Would it survive? Can I give him education? Because to a woman, a man is there, but the woman works on uncertainty of knowing certainly she's there for it to make the change if the other partner is not there. And these drain a lot from the soul of the woman. And men don't see this. And then they say she changed, she's different, she doesn't do this, she doesn't do that. She's become very aggressive, she's become this or that. Because we haven't understood what I've just explained in the past few links, that women at this point of life need support in their soul. They need support for transfer of the energy. A postnatal depression is very much what I explained before. It's like a blood pressure. It's like a diabetic. It's psychosomatic, but it goes to the point of emotion, and then it manifests itself in all sorts of things. We call it depression, we call it aggression, or whatever we like to call it. What do we do? How do we handle these cases? How do we support our partners or as a physicians? When we see a postnatal depression, what do we need to do? There is a process which is developed by Keshe Foundation to go through the support of the whole structure. You don't start supporting at the point of the birth. You start supporting at the point of what I call inception. You support at the point where you need to be, that it can bring the change into the whole life. Which means, how do we do this? How do we support not only the soul of the mother, but we support the soul of the child? We support the emotion of the mother, that it does not end up with what we've seen, what you call postnatal depression. What we have suggested and what we have supported is, for many, many mothers, they need the emotional support. They need to be there, that they can feel and they can understand the totality. They can be part of what it needs to be, and they cannot be separated from the child. So what we've seen, what we have, what we go through is that those who are responsible for the care of the mothers or the mothers themselves, to learn how to support themselves, to learn how to be able to increase the emotional strength, and to be able to support the birth, that after the birth there is no what I call emotional depletion of the strength at the level of the soul, that we don't see these kind of what we call postnatal depression. What we have learned by experience over years in the change of the environment, or what we call the processing, is that we enter the dimension in supporting the emotion and in supporting the physicality. What we have seen and what has been new for us in so many ways is that we do not see everything as you want, but we will see a new dimension in life where women can live a very comfortable life, very easy, and how anxiously we can be there to support them, and how we can change it. What we've seen is that by adding or by consuming cans of zinc oxide in a very moderate amount, about 30-60 ml at night, it helps quite a lot. We've seen the whole process, that in allowing to, in a way, to bathe with gans of what we call zinc oxide at 30 to 60% and CO2, we can allow both the calmness of the emotion, what we call the elevation of the soul. What we have seen, especially after the birth, in increasing the zinc oxide to about 80% with 20% CH3 and CO2, we be able to develop a system, a way that we emotionally elevate the emotion of the woman, that she does not fall in the trap of what I call emotional distress, that she can become and she can support herself. Those of you who go through this process of giving birth, of being there, will understand that this support is needed. Postnatal depression causes havoc in the families, those who have been through it. Some people go to the extremes, some people go into the mildest way, some go very, very mild, we don't see it, but it affects the life of the family. Postnatal depression sometimes leads the mother to kill the child. We've seen it, we hear about it. Because emotionally they can't handle. Some mothers batter their children. Some mothers become aggressive towards a husband. Some women withdraw from any kind of contact with a partner. And then this leads to all sorts of problems in the long run. Getting involved with another woman, getting involved with other things to get satisfaction or the need for confirmation of existence by man, it brings all sorts of affairs and everything else. All this can be stopped if men and women understand the need for the emotion, the soul of the man, in the time from the first inception, as you know, till months and months after the birth. A mother needs to be guided, a mother needs to be supported. As I said, my grandmother used to say, making a child is not shaking your trousers. It's the responsibility of the soul of both sides to see it. We were not educated. Now that we know, we have to educate the future generation. Now that we know, we have to allow that the life of the future generation is not touched by the ignorance of the lack of the knowledge of understanding the need of the woman as she lives with all the fears. We see this postnatal depression in a very heavy way with the women who have a girl as a child. We see deeper depression with women who were expecting to have a daughter or a son, but they get the opposite sex. Expectation to their own anticipation and the partner. They see themselves as a failure. We are not in the head of the mother, but in a way, in supporting the emotion, we can elevate to understand the beauty of what's been created. Very simple process can stop a lot of problems. A very simple process like using the gases as a drinking or inhaling the plasma liquid or liquid plasma of the CH3, CO2 and zinc oxide. Much more in the zinc oxide level will solve a lifetime of problem. And this will give us a chance to change. You will see in the trials we explained before that women supported this way, men supported this way, all will end up in being able to live a normal life. It's not that you're going to become depressed. It's the way that if you have become, you can reverse it. If you are going to be, you can stop it. So as we taught about the, as I said, diabetic, Now we can understand about one of the most important, what I call home-wrecking conditions after giving birth, which is what we call postnatal depression. Very simple process. Does not even cost a cent, but it can change a lot of problems in the future in the life of family. In understanding to creating the condition will allow a lot of things to happen. And it's us who has to understand and start to understand the real problem. Not by taking tablets for antidepressant and God knows whatever has been put together that the world of science has not understood, is the anxiety of giving birth, is the level of the soul which is shared by the child and the mother, which leads to these conditions, which leads to what we call depression or whatever you like to call it. It's the job of the physicians who handle these things to understand it, to recognize it, and once you recognize it, to understand a simple process can change a lot of things. A simple, what we call giving to the level that the mother is satisfied emotionally can change a lot of things for the future. And this is what we need to do. This is what is the future for us as a human race. And in a way, what we need to accept as the totality of what we need to do. Any questions? I try to be very precise with this thing. The biggest problem is when you come to this point, the men don't understand, because it is nothing physical to see. We see the feedback and the emotions of it. It's not a broken arm that it needs bandaging. And when there's no bandage on it, the men are blind to it. If you got a headache, I cannot see it. It's you who take the aspirin and paracetamols. It's not mine. But this headache lingers on in the level of the soul and emotion of the man, or what we call the woman, if it's not done for decades, years, and months. They say some people come out of it. Why do they come out of it? Because in the process of feeding, they receive the amount of zinc through the different processes that it elevates their soul, elevates their emotion. That's how they come out of it. Now that we understand this process, we can speed it up. We can help it not to happen, not to take place. And at the same time, we can allow it to exist within the coexistence of the life of the woman. And this is where the problem is. This is where most of us as men are ignorant to this. We don't see it, but we would like to have what we had before the pregnancy, but it's not there because we haven't read the whole storybook. Many women link to this. Many women understand this because they or somebody they know have been through it. This is why we in these teachings try to bring in light the whole process from a life of a man. Not just gas making, not just something else. This is the job of the physicians to understand this. You call, or what I call, the beautiful people. What you call, or what the tradition is called, the schizophrenic. We've never been explained the truth. How were we supposed to accept the fallacy which we've been pushed to accept? This is part of the problem which in these teachings we try to bring up, that we educate ourselves, and by educating ourselves, we can educate the next generation and the ones who are around us. If you're a physician, or if you're a woman who have seen the change in your characteristics or in your behavior from the time where you gave birth to a child, or might not happen in the first child, it happened in the second one or the third one or whatever. It happens worse with the women who go through abortion, because what might have been creates more pressure than what I have in my hand, and I call it my child. This is one of the problems that we as a human race have to go back and understand the beginning of our life of our own, which we have had ignored and we never understood. This is what creates mayhem in a lot of homes, and we've seen it. All of us who are adults and being in the society, we see why men go out, because they don't get the attention, because the wife is depressed. She is not what she used to be before. And it takes a will of a man of a steel to stay within the frame of the relationship of a marriage when such a process goes on. And then usually ends up with divorces and everything else. But a simple process, by adding to the emotion, the same as you did with the blood pressure or with diabetic, you change their life. And this has to become for our understanding. This has to become part of the totality of what we have never understood. Very much since last week, I explained the process of what they call lack of oxygen in the present world of medicine. And in reality, what we understand is the position of change of life from one environment to another, which means the switching. It changes a lot of things for a lot of people. I had the pleasure yesterday, immense pleasure, which in a way made me to rejoice being here in what I do. And that was yesterday. I sat with a mother and a father with a daughter of 15 years old. I explained this maybe in some teachings with others. The mother, we had an interface for the business part of the Keshe Foundation with a woman. The woman helped us in a very rapid way. And in turn, she said, you can help me. I have a daughter, she's 15, and behavior-wise, she's not more than 2 or 3. I met the family with a father, highly educated people, elite of the society. And I saw the child. She couldn't hold the bottle up. She was drinking like a milkshake mix with all on her clothes and her lips and her face. And you could see you have a woman going through the cycle of being 15 physically, but mentally not more than 2 or 3. This was 2.5 months ago. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the family. We met in a beautiful environment, and the girl walked in. We could all see sitting, because we knew her. After 2.5 months, a girl walked in, age 10, 11, with full of joy, totally different person. I had the pleasure to hold her hand with the parents, because she wanted me to take her to see the swimming pool. And the joy that how the family was so happy that in 2.5 months, 3 months, they have seen a baby to start becoming a woman. She observed very closely how other women were dressed, because at 2.5, 3 years old doesn't matter what anybody wears, but she was very aware what she needs to wear next time. And the mother said, it's very strange. She chose the clothes she wants to wear today to come and see. I gave her something. She said, no, that's too babyish. I want this. And then you see what was a pressure on the family for some 15 years has become a joy to live. I enjoyed, and I said to ourselves on the table, when I see this, it touches the soul of the man. Whatever we've been through to bring this technology to what it is and where it is was worth it. Seeing not only a child to change, but seeing a family to be relieved that all the things they had in their mind, who's going to look after this girl when we gone? Who's going to do, what's going to be the next step for her? Gradually, in the next 3 months, 6 months, we'll have a woman with us. And it'll be a pleasure. It's not the first time we've done this with this processing, many times. And I showed you what it needs to be done last teaching. Because once we understand the process, we can complete the process. Wisdom of the knowledge is the beauty of the knowledge, and what you can change. If it's done the right way, you can stop a lot of problems in the future. You can stop a lot of things which will not be there because you have already changed the course through the process of life. And this is what we are here for, to understand, to be able to change life according to what it is life, not according to what we've been told life has to be. Life is precious in every shape or form, be it from a stone to the life of a man, to the creatures of the universe. And it's us who has to understand the condition that life has been created and the soul of the entity has accepted to be part of. It's our soul which dictates our position in the dimension of physicality. I was in one of the first day teachings a couple of days ago. We would like to start the Keshe Foundation Women, and I went in directly. We have come in to stop this division. The soul of the man is one. It's the soul which decides how to manifest itself in the physicality and dimension of the man or a woman. We cannot divide. And when the man decides that, when man understands that, we have reached another level of understanding which is higher than where we are. The soul of the man is the dictator of the terms of physicality. In the teaching of past few weeks, I have gone through this many times, and you have tried to understand. I have created a lot of knowledge which is pigeonholes which has to be taken out to become one box. Part of this is what as us as being we call our souls. We have never understood, we have never comprehended as a race what is the soul from, what does it belong to, and who dictates the condition of the soul, be it the soul of a stone, be it the soul of a man. I keep on teaching you, and I keep on to share knowledge to the environment. You decide how you will manifest yourself, how you're going to look, how you're going to manifest yourself, how you're going to be having 10 fingers or 20 legs, because the condition of the environment, and in respect to all the fields within that environment dictates the physical manifestation, appearance of protection of the soul. So, do you think there is any difference in the condition which the man, the soul of the man as a singularity decides and shapes? No, it's exactly the soul of the man. The soul of the man as an entity of the being, because you can call the soul of the stone the soul of a man too, because it has decided it exists among all the cells. According to the world of science, 1.6 times to the power of 19 atoms are in 1 gram of any entity. So you can see how many entities, pieces, the energy and soul has to come together to make 1 gram of a stone, 1 gram of the soul of the man, or what you call the physicality of the man, or 1 gram of anything else. Those who understand the totality of the knowledge, then they can understand the essence of the creation in a very simple way. What I would like to do, we take 5 or 10 minutes break. And then we come back and I'll teach you and I'll inspire you to understand the origin of the creation of your own soul. And then it's for the man to decide the course of his own life and the humanity. Because for the first time, we start going into the depth, into the essence of creation, which is the soul of the man. We speak about the fields coming from the soul with the interaction of the filtering of the emotion manifest the body of the man or entity and the dimension of physicality, where the soul is the sun, the emotion is the transition, and the physicality is the matter state. But what we have never spoke about, how that sun is created, how the soul of the man is created, and what this, and the totality of the soul of the creation. We take a break, and then I switch computer to a laptop where we can explain in graphic way how this is done.
Mr. Cash?
Rick, can you take place? Can we? Yes.
Mr. Cash, 1 second, please. Good day to you, sir. It's been Jalal. Only one question. Do we need the blood test for applying the plasma liquid water for CH3 and zinc?
I don't understand.
Okay. I was in a hurry, sorry. Okay. To applying this liquid plasma for the diabetic and blood pressure, and for the pregnant women who get birth. Do we need a blood test for elements for applying?
Not really in most of the cases, no. Because the gas, liquid gas, fulfills what is short according to what they need to receive or what they have too much to give. Because it's made of the essence of the creation of the physicality itself.
Okay, because we hear before that we cannot put patches for CH3 who have cancer and something like this.
No, everything has its own understanding. I will explain about the pregnancy in a different way that you understand too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Rick, can we go into 5 or 10 minutes break?
Yes, certainly.
We have a picture for what we need on the teaching side as the support we need as volunteers.
Yes, and we have a 10-minute countdown video as well. Your audio is breaking up there, Mr. Keshe. We can't hear you
in
clearly.
that
There's a bandwidth issue.
process, we wait till Stanley.
Yes, I'm waiting.
Yeah. Okay. Stanley, can you join me? Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
So
I have a problem.
disconnect,
Yes,
and then I
I
call
have
you.
a problem. Stanley, could you respond to me on the other side to bring the laptop up, please? There's a problem there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
okay.
can,
It's
Mr.
on the
Keshe, if you
laptop.
can
I need the
leave.
support.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, if you
Thank
can
you very
leave
much.
this meeting, then I can get you on the
Okay,
phone. Yeah?
thanks.
Okay, thanks. Rick, what Mr. Keshe wanted is probably the poster for volunteers.
Right. Yeah. So we'll get that up. Yeah.
Thank you.
welcome back to the second half of the 170th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And on the second half, I think Mr. Keshe has a slightly different teaching that he'd like to present. And
I was gonna quick talk about some of the positions here that we're showing on screen.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for obviously graphic designers, 2D and 3D animators, hands-on teachers and trainers in the plasma science and technology, advertising and internet marketing, and also, of course, transcribers, subtitlers, and translators. So the oh, sorry about that.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, we are
Hi,
back.
Mr. Bishop.
Hi, Rick. Thank you very much. We had a technical problem we had sorted.
Flint was just discussing a little bit about the volunteer program and what's required and what kind of people are required and whatnot.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back in. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, we can go ahead.
Okay, would you like to do a screen share, Mr. Keshe, or how would you like to proceed?
I have shared the screen. Can you see it?
Starting to
come on the whiteboard.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, no problem. You can go ahead. Okay, we go back to what we stopped before. One of the cornerstones of the creation is when in the life of a cell, when we see in the world of physics, I explained and I always explain, is that when it is a plasma, we call it plasma physics. It's a plasma technology. When number of plasmas become together and they interact, like a proton, an electron, and a neutron, we call it an atom. Interaction of the plasmas creates physics. And when a couple of atoms interact with each other of different number of plasmas together, we call it chemistry. And when the elements added together create a dynamic flow where the decisions can be made in how different members can be moved in different shape, form, and strength, will lead us to creation of biology, what we call life. Physicality in a form that it can be movable on its own, even though a stone has a life too. When we bring the interaction of the fields of what we call the biology, or what we call the interaction in the dimension of biological, which is the interaction of the fields of given the strength, but now is the amalgamation of their fields without actual interaction of the entity itself. We call it a principle. We call it the collection of all the fields, where this collection of the fields makes decision for all the biological divisions. We call this the soul, where is independent of one biological section, where as long as the others exist, that they can give enough to it, it can take from all, that it can give to all, that the totality stays the same. This is the soul of the entity. Where non-dimensional becomes the interface, the receiver of the totality of the fields which are available, that the totality have the entity as what you call biological, has accepted at what we call the final intermediary, that is common denominator to all, that they can receive from it and they can give to it and they are part of it. This is the soul of the man, where when an egg and a sperm come together, you need the division of the cells that they can absorb more as they become like a cancer we spoke before, that through the mass, this is gravitational magnetic mass, can absorb more fields from the environment which they are in, that they can, by absorbing more, they can give more, that it leads to their division, that in by dividing at a certain point, now they need that central common denominator that all of them communicate with, stay in touch with, and are part of what we call, they become the sun of the life, because now it's the controller in the body of the man. We call it the soul of the man.
Mr.
But
Keshe,
the beauty of it is, yes.
are you drawing or are you just talking? Because obviously it's just a white screen.
I am not writing anything.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So what you have, what you receive, what you see, is that what you started with as what you call an egg and a sperm, now you have interaction of the two. The two now bring all the divisions with all the information of each one carrying their own soul into interaction with each other. Now, this heavier mass, which is the amalgamation of the both, creates a new gravitational pull in respect to the soup of the energies which is around it within the womb. Now you have to realize that each section in the whole game had and has its own soul. Now the totality creates a soul for the amalgamation, plus what it has been absorbed from the past or from internal liquid where it survives. What is important and what it will be that man should understand more of is that every cluster which has been part of one or the other now brings in its own strength. The ancestors, the time of inception. What we have seen has been and is what we call the progress of the knowledge. So the soul attracts not even from itself, but it brings from the environment which is in. And what we will see is that in the spectrum of the energy, the totality decides in how, in where, in the dimension that the material and the entity and the life can exist. What does this mean? It means that the soul of every piece now participates in the establishment of the bigger soul. And what does this mean is that the whole structure of the soul now not only interacts with the what is in the soul structure of the sperm and egg, but now the whole structure which the liquid has created in itself in, with all the environment which is, and all the lines which are connected to totality. So when a soul is created in the womb of a woman, in the womb of an animal, in any shape or form, in seed of an apple, its manifestation now is in respect to every soul in its environment. Is the sun which receives information, as you call it, plasmatic field strength from the totality of the souls within its environment. The environment is not just in the what is in the mixture of amalgamation of the egg and the sperm's materials, is from the liquid of the womb, what is living from, which is the information of and belongs to its creator, the mother, connects with all the souls within the environment of the house. The father, the mother, the grandmother, because they already have a link through the line of inception. And then through it to the community, then in the society of the planet, and then through the dimensions, because we are created as part of the fields of the universe, in the universal community and beyond. So when a child is born, when a child is conceived to be born, the soul of its existence is not just dictated by what it came as part of the egg of a sperm. In totality is touched by every environment which makes decision for itself, be it the soul of the mother, the soul of the earth, the soul of the universe, or the galaxy, or whatever you want to call it, because it's one nest inside the other. And always when you are in the nest, you are affected by what's happening in the nest, what is available in that nest. So in so many ways, now we understand that within the soul of the man, which is created by the interaction of the fields, which leads to the whatever you want to call it, that now controls the existence and the manifestation of the entity as a child or whatever, through the strength which is received from as much as outside that within, is connected to universal community and is connected to universe in totality. So it's not hard to understand what is and how the soul of the man operates within the structure of the physicality of the man and physicality of the environment of the house, family, community, country, planet, and thereon. Every single soul, be it of the fish, be it of the man, be it of the stone, has its say in the totality and the total structure. Those who don't understand this, they deny it, because of through the lack of understanding that we are all connected through the fields of interaction. If the soul of the man has been a mystery for the man, now man knows his soul is the essence of the totality of the fields of the universe in the strength of the manifestation at the point of the appearance. How you appear. That is why the soul has no physical dimension. And but what you put around it to filter is the strength. It manifests itself in different type of physicality according from the point of the source and the filtering. Look at the emotional filter around the soul of the man, then you see why we end up with different physicality, shape and color, or why when you're born from, let's say, a white woman, your skin stays white. If you're from black woman, you stay black. But in essence, is what the information has given to you. This is how we would like you to be when you are sharing your life or dimension of physicality with us. Then we understand the soul has no color, has no race, has no dimension, as it spans the spans of the universe. The condition of the environment and the matter states of environment which dictates the manifestation of the soul in physical dimension. The conformation that I'm in the center and you see me the way I want you to see me, because this way I satisfy all the other souls or all the other fields which are received and are being given, that they are happy for me to release, that they see me in this form. They are in balance, that they do not get disturbed. Now, those of you who were thinking and wondering where your soul has come from, now you may understand. For some will be very difficult to comprehend the totality. For some will be very, very hard to understand that the creation of themselves has come from themselves. I am the beginning, I am the end. Then if you understand this, you go a step further. Each soul in transmission and filtering responds to certain strength in different shape or form. You call it a noise or vision or whatever, and language. And that is why we chose the Universal Council in that form, in the form of the language, which is the filtering strength that the emotion of that strength creates specific field strength from the sun, which is the soul of the man. Then you understand why and how the Universal Council by language has been chosen and not by the border, where the spans of the filter of the soul counts, not the boundary of the land which does not exist. That is why the Universal Council has been put in that place. Because when you speak a language as a mother tongue, you have created a filter which fits into that language in that strength and is equal to the others. Then you can feel the need of the soul of those who use this filter. It's very much if you're on FM 100 or you're in the long and you're on 20, 40 or 50 when you listen to the radio. Then you understand why we have chosen the universal language, Universal Council, on the basis of the language. Because in that filtering, in that strength which creates, let's say, the Spanish, it creates the emotion which everybody more or less in that filter have the same, and then the member of the council, because it's of the same strength, can feel the totality. That he can put the totality at peace, that there is no need for any conflict. When you satisfy the understanding of the soul of the creation, then you can satisfy the soul of the creator. Then you have peace. Now you understand the extent that the knowledge has been applied and is already in work within the foundation. Because that time we could not explain this. Now that you have matured in the science of the plasma and the interaction of the fields, now you understand. The same way as this body decides the filtering, that it manifests itself as a black, white, or yellow according to the environment and the emotion which carried that physicality in appearance, so does the soul of the man. So does the filtering. That is why we can change language, and with each language we create different emotions. French, very, very romantic, because that field of the strength of the French is very near to the strength of what we call emotionally romantic. Very aggressive. Now look where that sits. Very, very, what I call refined in explaining the motion of the hand. We call them Italians. Why do of certain language all behave the same? Because the filtering is the same, and that filtering creates a given condition for the physicality and the manifestation and the behavior of the physicality. Because now we understand our soul is created by the interaction of its environment. In the Italian environment, this is what is needed as part of the soul. So you filter at that level. In the Chinese, we do different. And it's different filtering, creates different emotion, creates different presentation, and creates different reaction. Now maybe you understand. If the mystery of the man has been where his soul comes from, we have answered. In that process, it is easy for the man to understand there is no creator, but the man who creates and manifests itself to be shown and to be at the point of manifestation. You're not atheists, but you become to understand the process that by doing wrong to your own soul, to others, you can affect your own souls or other souls, and instead of being 2 meters close, you have 50-meter distance. And that's what you don't want, because the closer you are, the higher feel the strength you can share, interact, and not waste. The difference between magnetical and gravitational is very simple. Magnetical is what it gives most of, to be able to show the beauty of what it can take. Gravitational, it shows is taking and very little giving, that it can feed itself to be able to manifest itself in another point. Then you understand why even the soul of the man will affect the dimensions beyond the part of the physicality and understanding of the man, where it works in tandem with other fields within the dimensions of the universe, and not only the man. And those who can understand to switch from one to another strength, then they can see the soul of the other creatures of the universe. Is not by physicality, is by feeling the essence of the fields which they give and what you can give back. And then, if need be, they manifest itself in the dimension of the physicality, which for them is done to satisfy the pleasures of you, to be of equal to them. Then man understands, man can see any creation in the world of the creation. Any creation. You will see what to you was a field. If you manage to understand this and create the fields of what you feel to be there, then you shall see the entity. Because now you're of the equal inner strength. If the soul of the man has been a mystery for the man, now you understand how simple man has managed to fool himself for so long. Let us understand the totality, then there is no one to fool the whole structure of the creation, because we understand how it comes, where it comes, and where it will go. Life never ends. It just changes the strength of different dimensions of the appearance. Could it be in a physical dimension, or could be in an emotional dimension, or could be in the dimension of the soul at the point of its strength that it wants to manifest itself in a given shape or form. Any questions?
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
There's a question from Jeff who is related to what you're speaking of, which he asks, the various levels of the soul or the universe correspond to the light or music of various intensities. The light or music can be the food of the soul. So if food or if light or music is a food material, how can we use this material to build spaceships or stars or other things that could be manifest? Did that make sense, Mr. Keshe, or should I try to get, maybe we should have Jeff actually ask the question?
In a way, no. And you have to understand the filtering is two-way. The way we would like to hear and we change it to emotion of cry, the soul through the same filtering receives what it needs to. So if the music is at the strength which the soul needs to receive, will become part of it, because as a field will feed it, and that's the secret. It's not that it's a myth. It's not a myth at all. It's the reality, it's the fact. We look at everything one way. We have to open our eyes now. We understand the work of plasma. That is two ways. As much as the soul gives, it needs to receive. And this is the way the soul elevates itself. It's the way the soul in receiving can give more. The reason, if you understand, those of you who are joining Mojan program, those of you who are trying to create a spaceship program or a spaceship for yourself and you see you cannot do, it's because you haven't understood. You have not understood the totality, that what was taught, what is in the first book has never been understood, and it always been looked as to be belonging to something else and not us, but in fact applies to us. When the field from the center of the sun radiates out, till it does not interact with another field which is radiates from something else, that it creates the friction between the two, does not show the existence of the entity, be it the sun or let's say the earth. And what that interaction releases becomes the food for the other, or beginning of life for another. If you understood this, that you need another strength in the path of another strength to manifest the existence of the both, Those of you who are been looking to create the condition of, let's say, spaceship, a flying machine, look at the structure of your own body. The answer sits there. Look at the structure of this planet. The answer sits there. I'll never teach to make the work a sweet talk to show. I teach to inspire that you understand. And it seems that nobody has understood. The soul of the man, which itself is created from amalgamation of all the fields of the biological part, which the self is created from the physical part, which is self created from the plasma part, which is self created from the fields, can only manifest itself in a dimension which is need to be when it interacts, or you can create the interaction continuous of the mixture of the field. It's not the gravitational which creates the manifestation of the physicality to the eye of the beholder. It's the interaction of the magneticals which creates the boundary and manifestation of the physicality. And no one in the foundation has ever understood this. And many times it's in the books and I explain and nobody sees. This is why people have problem in creating tangible entity. Because you always look how much gravitation I can put in that I can create and how much magnetical I put in that I can do. But the only thing none of you have ever looked at is this. When you have the star formation, the base, the fields which are created, which radiate up, is very much like a stone in the path of a water. This fountain of water will go until it does not come in touch with another magnetical, it cannot show itself. When you put a stone on top of the fountain, you create the shape of the dome. From this way the water spreads, and that becomes your secrets of a spaceship. You need to understand the balance and difference when the top is harder in giving, creates the manifestation of the physicality of vision. If I put a heavy gravitational here, I absorb in. But if I create a higher magnetical, then I can spread what comes up like a fountain. When you put a stone on top of it, it spreads, it takes shape. And no one in the foundation, no one who's working around these space programs or spaceships have ever understood this. Earth is like a stone in the path of the strong fields of magnetical of the sun, which in that spread, it creates what you call its atmosphere. If it was gravitational, it absorbs it in, there is no manifestation. You do not see the strength of the water, a fountain, when you don't put hand in front of it and you further push it in. How many times you have opened the tap and you put a hose through and you let it run, it runs as it wants. When you put finger in front of it, it decides how it splashes back to you and creates a dome. The fields of your base reactor are got to be magnetical. And the strength they produce, if they hit the gravitational strength, they absorb into it, and this is what most of you do. But nobody has sat and made a much stronger field of the magnetical in the top dome that it spreads the fields. Now you give it a resistance. It spreads itself, and in feeding itself, it creates its own soul. You can fly. Because now you have gathered a soul, you created dimension for the totality of the fields, irrespective of the physicality of the reactors. And this is where the soul shall sit. How many times in the teachings we have said this? From the Sansana. And nobody sees it. I am the worst teacher because I know my students are not ready. They don't have the ear to see that they have to learn the totality. I'm the perfect teacher when the students understand they have to be the givers, that they can receive what they need. For us to teach, it's easy to reach the soul. But in reaching the soul, we do not cover the dimension of the physicality of the man, which itself has to elevate itself. We cannot do. We make it available. As I say, thou shalt not steal. But thou cannot force to. Because if I force the knowledge, then you create the fields stronger, then it has to be taken, that it brings balance to you, then somebody has to steal. We don't give enough, we provide the facilitate to be there. If you are ready to receive, that you can give more. The knowledge of creation is the beauty of the teacher's elaboration and the spread of it amongst man. We are here to enlighten, we are not here to teach. Enlightenment brings wisdom. Teaching brings structure. And for the soul to evolve does not need structure, but it needs the clarity to evolve to the dimension it needs, or it has to be, or it wants to be, that to be part of. You cannot stop a child not to go to get mixed with drug addicts if it's his nature, because with their stupidity and their behavior, he finds himself part of. You cannot stop a child playing football because the people who play football and are successful at it need a specific character. Opportunist. The most opportunist people in the world of creation are called them the footballers. Because they use the opportunity to create something out of nothing, and they are continuously on the run, 11 of them from one team against the other, to see who is the best opportunist to score a goal. So those who become footballers and they become good at it, they are the opportunists. It fits them perfectly to be footballers. Those who are structured, they work behind the desk. The same form has to be filled in, because this is how much my soul is prepared to give and take. As an opportunist, I take whatever anybody takes and I make the best of it and I give what I want. Because the point when I score a goal, or when I be able to do the right move that it ends up with me winning, I receive from the soul of 100,000 spectators in the stadium towards me. When you go to a football match, when a player scores a goal and half of the team there, they clap for what he's done, they give from their souls. That's why the more successful footballers are those who take more in the ground of the play. And those who do not know how to give become the failure of themselves. Because they think all is given to be held, and the emotion takes over selfishness of the spread of the soul. It's the same with the rest of the life. The soul of the man is resistance to the fields of the rest of the creation. And in what is that stone in the path of the water which is running. You put the water too low, and just about before it falls and you put a stone, you get the splashes. As you bring the stone closer to the source, you get more firmity. You get more solid body. Do that with your reactors, the way the star form shape has been put and spread, and in pulling the fields down, you'll find out you'll fly. It's you who decide what is loaded inside and how much you are prepared to give. Those who have failed it because they have not put from their side in the dimension of understanding the totality. Then you create a dimension which stays the same, and then is your soul which creates the positioning. That's how you become the captains of the spaceship. I am detached, I give everything. And my wish is to, by giving everything, I can give enough that the other souls can survive within what I give. The position of the man of space, what you call the spaceships, is those captains who are prepared to give freely for the other souls not to give, that they can stay in the comfort of peace. And we see 6 of them joining the foundation. We received many applications, but the souls were not ready, but the physicality wanted to push the soul. In the team of motions, we'll see 3 Chinese. Because why? Because it's the ethos of their teaching, ethos of life, balance, yin and yang. This is what you have to understand. In the first group I taught, in the Sensano, out of 7, 1 is left. Because the soul is there to carry on, but it needs to find its position in respect to what it desires and in what the real knowledge is. We have Armand left out of the 7. The others are on the wings. They listen, they come, they go and see. In the second group, we did the same. Those who were of the same soul, we still see more of the second team around what I thought. Sandy is one of them. We see Luigi in somewhere in the background, still active, and the others. In this team, the 6 most shall stay, because we walk through the soul, and the souls is already being chosen. Because with them, we spread the knowledge of equality of the soul of the man across this planet. Then they understand that they are the stone on top of the field, and are the soul which has created the dimensions of the existence of the entity. One is the manifestation of physicality, and one is the control of the manifestation of physicality in the dimension of the creation. As we said, in the womb of the mother, now the spaceship is the womb. And the soul inside is the soul of what we call the captain. And has connection to all the dimensions, and this is what you shall see. The soul of the man is pure. The soul of the man is sacrosanct. When we call man, it is in terms of existence, totality. You are the man of the earth, or man of Jupiter, or another planet. In a way, the creation, what is created, that it has managed to get itself in the manifestation of the control of its soul. That it can have a full interaction without harming, but giving enough that confirm their existence, not taking enough that it demises another life. Now, for those who understand the teaching today, one thing is appear and very clear. The man itself is creator of his own soul, and by creating his soul, It becomes the creator of the dimension of the manifestation of its own existence. I am the beginning, I am the end. I am the creator of it, which is the soul, and by the strength I'm prepared to give, I give it a physicality manifestation. We call it the body of the man. The beginning is the soul, and the end is the physicality which manifests itself in the environment. Now, for those who are wise, might understand the terminology. The question goes back again. Then we understand, is there a creator for the life of the man? Yes, the man is creator of himself. But is there a God, as the terminology is put, that it leads to his creation? There shall never be. Is the weakness of the man in understanding the totality of the process which has created the terminology of the creator, as he himself is the creator of himself. Then is there a need for those who are supposed to be the filters between your soul and your physicality? You call them the priests, the imam, the mullahs, and the rest of it? No. It's you who have accepted that terminology due to the lack of understanding that you have to be correct from the soul to physicality, from physicality to another physicality and another soul. There is no room for religion in the universal community, because we have been given that terminology to create a filter of abuse that we don't even trust in our own emotion, that is the filter for totality. So what we see is the closure of Vatican, the mosques, the synagogues. When the man matures, you close it to your own understanding. The physicality can be there and they can call whatever they like themselves. Because now you understand, your conduct has to be correct. You don't need a pedophile to tell you, because it suits him to direct you to where he wants you to be, that you bring your child into the hand of the priest, that he can abuse it, because he's only trying to feed himself with his own abuse. Then you understand there is no need for religion, because the religion of the man has to be perfect contract, not only on this planet, but beyond. Very much when the man was told that the earth is round and they hung the messenger because of their lack of knowledge, now the man has to understand that that messenger, for the man to bring to what it is the soul of the man itself and the filters he put in. There is no room for religion in any dimension of the creation, except those who want to force it to abuse the man on the physical end. It will take time for man to mature, and not all the men mature at the same time. If it's left to me, I change the banner over the churches and the mosque and synagogue as the house of abuse of the soul of the man. I always said, when the Eastern Bloc opened up in 1990s, Americans put a very big banner on top of the aircraft hangars of Frankfurt Airport. Mission accomplished. We got rid of communism in Europe. Maybe that's the same banner we have to put on top of the, what you call, churches and the mosque. Mission accomplished. Now we have matured man to understand himself is the prophet of himself in guiding to live a correct conduct. Now he knows the soul of himself is the creator of his own physicality. Then in a space, no one can build churches or tell them they are your God, and that's what he said. because you understand the truth. And part of the teaching is this, that now that you understand how your soul is created, you don't let your physicality to be abused by somebody to become the filter in between. Unless you like that filter to be abused, and or your offsprings to be abused. My call goes to Vatican and the mosques and the churches and the rest. Shut down. Now the man is matured. This is the reality. This is what man should understand, that does not allow his emotion to create a need for another emotion of another person to become his filter, then he can believe his own existence. There are no churches or mosques and temples anywhere in the universe except on this planet, which the man has not ever understood, but his soul came and his reaction and interaction with his physicality. Now that man understands, and those of you who listen, teach. And then you understand why we say, my wish is my command. Because it's you who creates that filter. Your wish is the filter. As the source, and the physicality cannot change. It's you who changes it to a higher or lower tune. Now I want this. In the dimension of understanding, you're connected to the other souls through the same structure as they have allowed you to be created. They accommodate your wish. My wish is the end of kingship on this planet. And it'll be done. Because it's just, and there is no one to abuse the other. The same as I said in the teaching on Tuesday, when they started and the lady was pushing that to create a woman's section of the Keshe Foundation. If we are equal in our souls, we don't need one soul to say, I'm higher for the dimension of physicality than the others. So there shall be no king. We choose those who we call in terminology the president, because they look after the affairs of daily physicality of life. We have put an end into the kingship, and we have taken of the weakest one, that the rest will fall again. There shall not be kingship very soon, you all shall see, because it's my wish, and my wish is my command. I don't accept no king, because there is nobody higher than me or lower than me. And that means the physicality has to take a dimension. We don't go rioting a revolution. We do the acceptance of the terminology that changes their position of the soul. But we give them an indication what it has to be. If you look at it, life starts in the womb of a mother. Exactly as does a cancer. But in this case, it has the vast collection of the information of the totality of the soul of the universe. It ends up with life. In the cancer, it has the gravitational magnetic field of the single strength, and it cannot expand. It can collect itself that the others do the job. The kings are the cancers of the body of the humanity. And now that we have learned how, with giving the right energy to a cancer cell itself unwind itself, we have to give so much that these people who call themselves these titles don't exist. They walk away, or we show them away. The way we show is by giving them so much that they cannot hold on. They understand they can have what they like, but the humanity as a totality comes into imbalance. We are aware now they call themselves as a king of the section of the planet, or now they call themselves the king of certain religions. Path of belief, stealing from the soul. And now what you will see in the coming time, the wars will not be across nations. The wars now starts between the kings of the religions and the nations. And this will end up with the total demise of the kingships in the false houses of priesthood. Because now enough mayhem has created among physicality. Look at back 50 years ago. There were so many wars across different borders. Now the wars are just very one or two, where the physicality and the emotional part, which is the religions, have got mixed up. The next generation of conflicts comes between the nations and the religion, where those who had the thought, the run, the control of the soul of the man will try to force the others. If you don't, we do this and that. We see now with Vatican and China. We saw that with Vatican and Iran and Baghdad. The ex-pope bought 9 million landmine and gave it as a gift to Saddam to put on the borders of Iran to kill as many as possible. A priest buying tool of death to force one side of Islamic nation to suffer more. Iran didn't suffer, but the soul of Vatican did. Now we see the same situation in China. There is a forcement for this filter, what they call themselves priests in Vatican, to create mayhem in China. That they get control of totality. We have put an end to it. Vatican is finished because they've gone beyond bringing religion in the robbing more of. We play open on this platform. I was told don't interfere with two, but if you understand the soul of the man, why should the other physically suffer? Why do we accept filters that it becomes crime for the others when we see it happening? It's our responsibility to pray, to call it pray, to give from our souls for those who call it the thief of the souls in the field of they call themselves religion, to elevate. And then they walk away and there shall be no war. We send a strong message to those who cover themselves on the faith of Christianity in Vatican. Stop the mayhem in the Far East as your plate has opened to public. Because the path of believing China is no difference between the man in all levels. You call it atheism, but it means they understood the totality. The essence of creation has to be the seed of equality and no division. And those who create division to enforce their power, now they understand they cannot, as the totality wishes for balance, and they absorb the extra what it is there, because I'm prepared to accept what you call the energy which is to create wars, as you call the scene of the religions, into me. Because I allow to receive it. And with it, I don't fight it. Whatever it is, I take, because as a messenger of universe, I can take. China has to stay in peace and in one. And there shall be no repeat of John Paul and Poland to use the Vatican to create division and opening of what they call the Eastern Bloc. If one wants to believe in the path of a filter of a religion, is that right? But those who are the filters cannot affect the dimension of the others unless they've been, in a way, asked by, and nobody has asked for this. We see a great war set up by Vatican in China. We have warned both nations, both China and America, about this very strongly in the past few weeks. All instigated by Vatican. These things has to stop. Those who call themselves religious leaders, the filters of the understanding of the emotion, have to unify the nations, not to divide. In the past Sunday, the Pope has said for the families to forgive and bring peace. Nations of this planet are one family. Family does not hide behind one door, 2 bedrooms and a living room, a father, a mother and a child. The family on this planet is the totality of its nations and its citizens. You cannot preach in one way and instigate war in China in the coming time in fall and next year. China is part of the family of humanity, and a perfect one and a strong one. It's Vatican who has changed its position as a filter. Be messengers of peace, not war. My wish, as I said many months ago, return the stones of Vatican back to Colosseum. At least there we could see the physicality suffer. Here you become the thief of Baghdad or the soul of the man. We preempt it before it happens. We warn the Chinese government clearly, we warn the American government clearly, we warn Vatican clearly. Your hand is open to humanity. Earth has to become the place of peace for the soul of the man, which with it comes the physicality peace. And as long as the kings of the land and the kings who they think of are the souls behind the walls of the religion has to abolish, then every man will be equal. It will be the same as what I said on Tuesday. We don't create division, man and woman. How can you create division for the souls and the filters of it and the lands of it? Now you understand the reason I taught about the soul today. Because as a totality, we can take the non-dimensional emotion of those who want to create a dimension in anger of the man, what we call the war. I can take everything that every man can create on this planet. I can stand the anger, but at the same time, do not get us angry because we know how to serve. We can give so much in the dimensions that you're not aware of, that it demises your existence. Because you are ready to receive, you have opened the door without knowing on the top. You're putting so much to create war, you've forgotten what you put out has to come back in to be able to feed. We enter, we give you so much that it cannot give. And it comes to the division of the cell, as we call it, neutron to electron and proton, is the end of Vatican. There's a plan for the visit of Pope in autumn winter to China to create a new mayhem. That has to be a point of bringing the world together, not division of another nation. That will not happen. There shall be no more war. And that's what we've seen. Go back in 1970s, 80s, we saw Angola, we saw everywhere there were wars. Now there is only one or two which the religions are trying to rob the central banks. There is no war in many dimensions. Only one or two, very few. There are conflicts which fits locals. Now the dimension of the war is planned by those who think they got the majority to affect the rules of what has been selected and elected, that they become subordinates. And that shall not be. We have finished with the house of Christ. In the dimension of the followers who abuse it, not in the dimension of those who give their life in the path of serving humanity. Keshe Foundation is the establishment for bringing peace on this planet. And as long as I'm alive, and I am aware of the move of the soul of his citizens are exposed. Because what is exposed cannot be hidden and be abused. I quote a terminology used by those who were part, who received and left for China from Vatican, the words, "We are going to China to bring it on its knees that becomes subordinate to Vatican." That will never happen. Where with it, they have brought the demise of Vatican to themselves. Members of the Keshe Foundation were part of the team without the Vatican knowing in these negotiations to go to China to create mayhem. And we inform both sides. We know what you're planning and we know what is planned for you. Now, let's see if the Pope will pay a visit and if what was planned is to be delivered. Or it becomes to accept the Chinese way of what do you call atheism, what it calls confidence in the soul of the man in balance of yin and yang, will come to win the time. We had to teach the soul today to end up to where we're talking about. Because now, when the man knows where his soul comes from, he knows he is the controller of it, does not allow another man or another soul to control it, because he knows what he has to do. There was a plan for a lot of bloodshed in China, and now it's not going to be, and we hope it's not going to be, because those of members of the Vatican who listen to these teachings, and they do, you've seen them in our presentations usually, now they've got the message. And the message goes the same to the Chinese. Rest at peace, but with visual for those who have been set up to do what they wanted to do. Now you know the situation. Even though we have informed you weeks ago. Don't let on this planet the name of religion and in a space in the form of we know more than you do, we are prophets, come amongst the man, his soul and his physicality. Be a giver at the point of the need to give as you see it fit, and ask to be given, not to steal, as it guarantees the survival of your existence in the depth of space. And the man shall live for thousands of years. Today I start the teaching with the birth and how the birth affects this creator, which is the mother. Now you understand why. We care for humanity and it's our job to protect it. But at the same time, man has to understand the essence of his own creation as was as a seed in the womb of the mother. The soul of the man is the creator of the man. But it needs an essence for it to come together that it becomes the soul. We call it the sperm and the egg and the division of the cell. When a certain number of fields in the biological level reaches the point that the totality of the fields can communicate with all the cells in that shell, the soul of the creation of the creator has started. When the inner sanctum of the brain of the man is created, is the point when the soul of the man is created. Now is an independent entity. Before is amalgamation of souls. There is a point where it changes from being a mixture to singularity, and then that singularity, according to where it's created in the medium of where it can nourish itself more in the womb of the mother, then it can change, if it needs to, in the dimension of another strength. We call it the gaseous breathing. Where in the case of a fish, it carries on through from one liquid into another, with a slightly different salinity. Even though in the gaseous atmosphere, there is a certain amount of moisture of salinity that allows that salt to be kept together as a solid state of the physicality of the man. In fact, we're still moving from one environment of the denser plasma to more finer plasma, more open, we call it gaseous. And even in that mixture, there is a need for the way we exist through the mixture of the salt of the planet. Life is precious, and those who take it shall pay for it. Those who can take the sins, you call it, what I call the surplus energies that they want to do something else, to take from the other souls, as the messenger of the universe, we can take more than they can ever imagine. The time will come that the people will be happy to start taking the marbles out and rebuilding the Colosseum. Because in physicality they find peace, and there'll be celebration in Colosseum of unity of man. And the abuses of the soul have no place but the open spaces to return to. The assets collected around the world on the name of the religions will go back to the public, will go back to be used, will become homes and the places of sharing love and care, not the abuse. How many people go to park to play, to share with others? And how many people go to churches and mosques? Except given time, because they've been conditioned like prisoners. God is with man 24 hours a day, not on Sunday between 9 and 11 o'clock. And God doesn't appear on Friday time that everybody goes to mosque. Because the God is you, is within you, and within the structure of you. It's the weakness of the man in understanding his own creation that has led to the abuse in the name of the Creator, which is himself. Any questions?
I have a question. Who was that?
Stephen from California.
Okay, Stephen, you go ahead first, then I ask question.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify a couple of things from last week. Regarding the breathing, the daily process, and because you said like 3 hours before bed, but
3 hours a day, most of it before sleeping.
So the totality
or
of 3
during
hours?
the sleeping, you can do it 3-4 hours. The reason you do on and off is that you show the path and you let the brain to follow, and then you remind it again, because you keep on bringing the balance. You bring in what is needed.
Okay. And then it's the you want to, when you create GANs of zinc oxide, you want to concentrate on an amino acid based salt like a potassium, a calcium,
Very
or a
much
magnesium.
so, if you can do so. If you mix the GANs of the zinc oxide with the protein on top of it, you already are halfway approach reached.
Okay.
Because in that amino acid, you emphasize the strength on the emotion.
Okay. And then one other question. With
Let
regard.
me explain a bit further.
Sorry.
Add to the knowledge. if you, when you made the scans with the zinc oxide with the amino acid mixture in it, make the same with CO2. Mixture of CO2 and amino acid. Then mix the two together. And then use the liquid plasma of that. You will find totally different result.
Does the purity matter to where we need to create with the plates
No,
outside?
the body decides what it needs to take. The purity is the strength which is within the structure.
And then speaking about the filter of the emotion, how to explain when the emotion creates the physicality of one gender, but the emotion expresses another gender, like trying to get out or trying to not finding peace, trying to find peace for one that's not the gender that they express they want to be or are.
This is what you call bisexuals, or you call it whatever name you like to call it. They say they're trapped in the body, they are what you call it, transvestites or whatever. It's for them to find peace within their soul, and the physicality will manifest itself. Even those haven't found peace because they look at the physicality and they don't like to see what they're seeing in the physicality without knowing that the emotion of the totality has dictated the condition. As I said, there is a tribe in Africa, well protected by United Nations, that till the point of puberty is suddenly the child decides to become a male or a female. And it's never been understood how this happens. Now we understand. It's the soul of the community who knows the totality of what it'll be in the future that decides we need more boys or girls, or sometime in the next 20, 30 years there's going to be a problem that we need more girls because more boys, something will happen to them. So they decide. When it's interfered with a man, we have the problem with China. Too many boys because boys important and not many girls. Now they have to import girls from Philippines and Vietnam to be able to guarantee the survival of their own culture. But now it's a mixed culture, which is good. These people have to be taught to elevate their own souls, and then they understand the physicality will change. It's the same way as we are not talking anything strange, that if you are a woman in the body of a man, you want to become a woman. It's the same as what we said in the space. You change according to what you feel the environment is there that satisfies your soul. It is the understanding of totality which brings peace to the soul, and it so manifests itself in physicality. If you understood, you can change yourself in the space to what it fits you there, because your soul is happy to fit in that environment. So why can't man do it? Because he hasn't understood on this planet. There's a very interesting proposition. I have taught with this many years. I call them beautiful people. You call them schizophrenic. The key is, how do we, or is there a possibility that we can provide another physical dimension, that one of the souls within the structure of the beautiful people can accept as the embodiment of physicality, that we can see both in a physical dimension. But the other question comes, can one soul which has been so close to other leave the other to accept another physicality? Is a mother who created the beautiful person, who's connected to two, and she sees herself at an old age and knows one of the twins is a girl inside, will give her body to elevate the soul of what she's created, that they can take possession. Hard for man to think, but easy to be done. if you understood the teachings in the past few weeks. And the question is, when the daughter, which has accepted the physicality of the mother as she is young, would she change the body into the young age of 18 or 20, what she is? Because the body of the woman at that age does not fit the strength of the filtering that she has. In time, man will find the donors of the physicality for the soul of those, the way we find donors of hearts and lungs to allow others to live when we finish with the physicality. Then we shall not call them schizophrenic, then we shall not call them beautiful people, because we'll see the beauty in both in terms of physicality, if the man looks for physical confirmation. There's a lot to think.
So peace will be brought to the emotion by elevation of the soul.
In so many ways, peace will come to the emotion by understanding how much of it can filter, that it keeps enough that the physicality can confirm its existence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome. I feel your pain and I understand your anxiety.
Mr. Keshe?
Believe in what you do and make your soul available for your child. Very much
I will,
like,
thank you.
Very much like a B12 and B9. He has to call for it and it will change.
And then someday will you teach us how, as the last man standing, we can share with the women how we can create life and bear life?
We always do. We already do, but we look at the physicality where in the soul level we both participate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, Ansa.
Mr. Keshe, you know, I was listening. I mean, before even I asked my question, I was going to tell you this. For 2 days, I was going through this, I don't call it emotion. I was so uncomfortable in my body. I just didn't know what to do. I just had to tell the feeling go away. Just like it was so disconnected with everything. Just like I couldn't even go out, you know, just, and I keep saying to my mind, la, 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 I thought my soul is aggravated. I said, why is it aggravated? I just like such a mayhem. And it was very hard to be, just to be. Never had this experience before. And anyway, that passed after 2 days. And my question is, I'm trying to connect the dots, listening to you, and you know, with everything that you teach, I'm trying to digest it. So I put connecting the dot. You know, I had 6 magnets. I put it on a table, and then I was playing with them. And when I touched one, I mean, you had in your teaching, and the other moves, the position moves. Then I brought this to, I said, let me bring this to us, to humans. We all just like those magnets. So my position, not physicality, my thoughts, my soul, everything. So I said, is it possible that my position as I am sitting in my office create the man who's homeless next to me? So how can I change my position? So if I'm creating this, there must be something in me I'm creating that, because in my position, just like the magnet, one moves and the other one moves. So if you have somebody who's very rich and somebody who's very poor, so it's all connected. So moving one can change the other one. So then I was thinking, how can we change that?
Let me explain to you. Many people have played with magnets, but many people, as you said, put the magnets, and if you move, see the others move. Not many people have tried by putting a finger on a magnet or putting thoughts in a magnet by giving energy to it, if he wants to accept it, to see without touching the other magnets move. because it's ready to receive, but it does not prepare to let the others go. You will see in the dimension of physicality, when the man becomes knowledgeable in the world of physics of the plasma, that when you touch a magnet, you will see the other magnets take new position, even though to you looks steady and sitting down. Because you have added the field of you to it. So, if you understood this, then you understand how everything else can be done if you put your field into it. We've seen many rich people come to foundation. They don't come to foundation to give. They come to the foundation to find existence of the confirmation that I can even manipulate this one. Not I'm there to give, to see how I can change the others by giving to it, that it brings me the peace of mind that I might receive. We say they see the confirmation of giving in how much they might receive or how much they can hold on to. But they don't see that by giving, they create a dimension for themselves to receive more. We get many rich people approaching foundation. As you said, they see the foundation as a poor boy next door. How can I give it? But they don't understand the foundation is very rich inside through the soul, that it has brought them to them. They don't see what this foundation stands as, the soul of humanity, and they are a small part to it. This is the beauty of it. The richness does not come in the terminology of financial. It comes in how you can bring. When you get attracted, when you work around the foundation, when you serve the foundation, which is the humanity, then because you give, you receive from the totality of humanity. And so we have given, and when we touch those who are in that position, they misread between the physical wealth and the wealth of the soul of the man, which sits within the center of the foundation. Poorness is not the physicality, poorness in not receiving the love of the creation. Not the creator, as the creator is you. Nobody is born with a bucket of gold in their hand. The physical wealth has come from the effort of the souls of the others. And when these people understand, they share it, because the more they give, the more soul they receive. The rest is all excuse. So we see, as I said, I wanted to take a picture when we were there last time with Klaus and Caroline. The most richest house in the world, claiming to have 2 billion followers, has the most poorest people in cardboard boxes around Vatican. I sat in a religious meeting once, many years ago, and that meeting changed so many ways the way I saw in respect to life. In that meeting, a man approached the organization, religious, saying that I made a small mistake in my business and I can go bankrupt. Can you help me a little to go through this troublesome time, and I will return? The head of, the chairman of the group said, sir, we are here to take, not to give. The man said, all my life I've given to you. Might not be as much as I ask, but I'll return. He said, no, we cannot help you. We are here to take. We are not here to give. Not to you, not to individuals. And I stood in that meeting and I said, sir, I give it from my pocket. I live the path I preach and I teach all my life. And at that time, I was only 27. With giving it brought me a lot of pain. But through it, I became mature through my soul. Others came and they said, how come you have given it to him but not to us? And I said, because I felt the pain of the soul of the man. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe,
Yes.
it's Jalal again. Can you speak about Darwin theory about the man, how it's come?
Darwin explains in so many ways the truth of the structure of the change as the need of the soul has changed according to the physicality. But he never understood that the soul was instigator of the change. Darwin is one of what I call prophets of the science, respected and honored. But he only saw the physical he could understand. Condition of the change of environment changes position on the soul of the man, and it's the soul of the man through his emotion which changes the physicality. He missed that point and he was not educated in the operation of the soul. He could only connect the change of physicality with the change of environment in some cases according to the need of the environment. People like Tesla, Darwin, are those messengers of the science who have to be respected because they saw as much as they could according to their time. But they were correct in passing the message on and translating it to the way they saw. They were not the thieves of the soul in the name of religion. One was what I call messengers of science, and the other one was the messenger of physicality of the change of the man, be it Tesla or Darwin. Any other question?
Yes, Mr. Keshe, this is John here. In the case of hydrocephalia,
Pardon? In the case of what?
Hydrocephalia, a child born with a swollen head and lives like a cabbage for 28 years. He's starting to react with CO2, water, and zinc. What else would... last week you said we'd have to give him omega-3.
I didn't say... Stop. I'm going to stop you there. We didn't say you give him this and that. And secondly, when we spoke about the conversion. Excuse me, can you switch your microphone off?
Yes.
We spoke about a conversion from the... We're getting a feedback on your line. We spoke about a conversion from the liquid life to the gaseous life environment. The condition you speak about, you have to see what has caused that and what you need to do, what is the manifestation of the physicality the way you see it. We don't see the person, so we cannot advise. We speak about what is known, we explain the phenomena which was misrepresented, more misinterpreted. We had a very strange situation yesterday. As I said, I stood and watched how in 2.5 months' time We changed the life of a girl and a family. What I didn't tell you was another family on the table. This time with a different story. They were there with the same situation, but this time the father was looking into what my son might look in 3 months' time as I start the process. And as much as I enjoyed seeing the girl change in her, the father of the child sitting next to me was looking into the future. What can bring me after so many years of waiting, this new process? But it came to the point that the girl who has progressed from being a baby took the other child with her for a walk by the pool. And I saw the anxiety of the parents watching. Where would she lead him to? But she's matured. And I sat and I watched the behavior of, I am there, of the girl, and the boy, I'll be there, of the father, but I can be like the parents of the girl. It brought a lot to understand the level of expectation from life. Where I saw a girl who could not even handle a bottle 2.5 months ago in feeding herself, now holds the hand of a man from another part of the world to show what the future can be for him. If we could video the scene, we would have touched every man. It was very much like we saw with the cancer a few weeks ago with Dr. Rodriguez. We have to understand the reason before we interact to find, to give to the soul, that the other souls are happy for it to receive it, that they allow the change. The man who was sitting next to me on the table, he said, I've seen the joy in your emotion, in seeing the change you have brought to the family. We got to understand, if the totality wants to change for betterment of the child, or just for them to be freed of the burden, not to look after. Which in some cases is true. In English language, we call it mother munging, which means the child has to be sick for the mother to confirm her existence. You have to understand the reason. And if it is physical, you have to understand, in changing it, you bring satisfaction to the soul. The whole operation of processing is to bring satisfaction and peace to the soul, that through the transition of the emotion can have the physicality which is happy with, in respect to the environment the soul wants to exist. It's a lot to understand. It's not just giving a glance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Far talking. Thank you for everything you're bringing. And I want to say, is it right to easily say that vacuum runs the emotion, and evolution, since we not understand our soul, runs after needs which create a vacuum for us, which emotions start to go on thinking on starting to creating.
You got to explain yourself.
I find recently out that when two people love each other and they get a wall between them, then they are physically no more connected. So the emotion runs, it gets stronger, and so that they feel each other. Yeah, they connect more emotionally than physically. So the evolution for the man goes after the vacuum of his need. His need create a vacuum and it create the emotion and thinking to create, to connect on those soft matter going together on connecting themselves together and create a new way. Did you understand me?
Looks like Mr. Keshe dropped out for a moment.
I think he's coming back in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Mr. Keshe, yes. Welcome back.
I fell out. The battery on one system ran out, so we have to reconnect with this to go back to the other one. Sorry, Fahad, you have to repeat your question.
Yes, my question was just to say, can we easily say that once vacuum is created, the emotion runs? First, the soft matter runs, not the physical
What do
matter.
you call, what do you mean by vacuum? What do you mean by vacuum? This is the
Vacuum
main
means needs. For example,
so it's not a
empty.
vacuum, it is a gravitational you want to receive.
Yes, or like this. You can call it also like this. Or once you take the oxygen or air out from something, then it's vacuum inside this. Then it's attacked. On I think
When you
just
take the physicality away, when you take the physicality away, is the emotion which stays. Yes. And this is the part of the problem with a lot of relationships. We see this especially in what you talk about, in a position where a lot of women go through what we call premenopause or menopause. Through that time, they don't want any physical interaction, but sorry, the man is not aware they are in the new station, they moved on, but they still want to have the physical contact, and it creates a conflict. The woman functions in every level in the house, being a mother, being cooking, washing, looking after everything. But at the level of the emotion of physicality, what you call sexual behavior, she can't monitor, she cannot work, because now the body is going to evolution through millions of years of generation of life that is shutting down, that just by accident there is another child that I have to look after in my old age. Then you go back on the strength of the emotion to carry the same relationship. That's the vacuum of physicality in the eye of the man, where at that point, if we were taught, that's what I keep on saying, they don't teach us in the school of life, in the schools, every stage of the life. They show you how the mouse is born, what happened to it, and how it dies. But they don't say that mouse is man. This is what happens to you when you become an adult, when you become a father, when you reach your partner as a, what you call menopause, and how you have to expect and how you can. We have to open schools of menopause for both sexes. The way you have schools for pre-childbirth, you have to go to classes that they teach you how to look after a child when he's born, how to change a pamper, whatever. What I never understood, why don't governmental organizations, which themselves are demented in so many ways, organize pre-menopause classes for couples? Do you know how much problem you save? Because both sides start understanding each other. Because to man, the train is still going, for the woman has stopped. And with it, it brings a lot of emotion. And we cannot satisfy both. It's very hard. Very few men stay faithful in relationships after the menopause, because it happens at the prime of their lives. But now the partner is not there to play the game. What happens? They look for it somewhere else. If the teachers of schools, teachers of society, the organizations understand this, the same way as they create, you have to go to classes for prenatal classes, they call. How to breathe, how to sit, how to change the pampers. But they never show us how to change the pamper of menopause. Because it's the time there is no more pampers. It's just in the head of the woman and the emotion of the man. That's a physical vacuum. And there is a need for the society. Even in some cases, maybe there is a need in the teaching part of the Keshe Foundation by the teachers for the doctors to educate men and women in this change. How does it touch the soul? How does this vacuum of physicality, which means the woman still needs the touch, but doesn't want the next step till I'm settled. This settlement can take 10, 20 years. Very few men stay in course in that vacuum.
Mr. Keshe, I have done a little bit of research in menopause in the past, but it could be a little bit different because what I realized, both men and female, if the environment allows, both of them can stay active sexually. But what I noticed in Western culture is a lot of elements involved. Is the food, environment, and also...
It's in every culture. It's in every culture. Has been a menace to man from the beginning of the man.
But Mr. Keshe, I went to my parents, like I did this research a couple of years ago. So I went to my parents. My father was 74 then, and my mom was 71. So I went to my mom. I said, how many times a week you guys do it? My mom says, what kind of question is this? I said, I'm doing research. And she says 2-3 times a week. I said, are you serious? And she goes, yes. I said, you guys not doing anything? They're taking anything? She said, no. And so what I realized, because the environment is comfortable, they are comfortable and they both on the same page. But when you come here in US, women are under so much stress. The food is garbage, and the man is on Viagra. So it's a big difference.
Yes, but the thing is, ask your parents what happened during the time of the change. This is what we're talking about.
Thank you.
In so many ways, now the research shows. Now, let me explain. We're talking, this is part of the educational understanding the soul of the man. The research shows that women and men become more active after age of 60, 65. Especially women. What happened from age of 40 to 60, they don't want to talk about it, but then they become active. What has changed? Is it the same as we say when you are 90, you start growing the third set of teeth, you're a dentist? Or do we mature to understand there is no fear anymore and everything goes to balance? We have conditions that there is an absence of the soul, even though the physicality is correct? Because one soul elevates or one soul changes in respect to the other or in respect to itself. The vacuum is not only physical, the vacuum is in souls and emotion too. When you speak about these things, look at the totality. At the moment in England, there is mayhem, absolute mayhem. Those of you who live in England, just walk into the old pension houses where they look after old people. You think sexual diseases between the teenagers and in 20s is bad. There are diseases in old people's homes sexually that the British medical groups are working on to find new cures for it because of their activeness or too much activeness. Even though they're in their 90s and 80s and they're a bunch of what we call old pensioners, I think the only thing left is in our minds, not their physical. But it's the fact which a lot of us, a lot of relationships at the prime maturity of life, when the children have grown up and they are about to go out of the house, or they have reached a point when a woman goes through this phase, men have to be taught. Men have to be educated. This is one of the biggest taboos with the life of man. Man as a man is considered to be the best and he's everything. But a man has never been taught the other part, which is the woman, how they feel, what it is, and how you have to react in different cycles of life. All women are not romantic and all men are not flower bringers. But we have to understand, even in that cycle, you have to elevate the soul of the both, the emotion of the both. Do we need to create a condition where we can make a woman slightly more active, but elevating the soul of the man and the woman in the emotional sexuality, that they come to a balance that one accommodates, understands the anguish and the change in the body. It's like a factory which is producing everything. Now you have to stop the factory. What about the rest of the things which are in production that have been coming for years and years? It needs time to clean up the stockroom. This is what we have to be taught. This is why the part of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, those who are in charge now, have to start to bring the problems of the society and what is with us, which has been tabooed because we don't want to understand it, because then it shows we've been the stupid guys, to be discussed openly and a solution put on the table according to what it needs to be done through the plasma technology. There is huge need for re-educating man in all levels to take all the taboos out. And this is the job of our teaching team. Don't hide behind making a cake. Don't hide behind cancer. Bring all the teaching needed on the table. That we change the society. We bring peace. When we bring peace to the families, we bring peace to everything else. This is part of bringing a society in balance and peace, and this is what I started this year. When you teach the soul, you have to understand the need of the physicality. And what it is, women blame everybody else for the menopause except themselves, that they are going through a natural process. This is the worst part. I'm a man of nearly 60. I've been through everything. And I had to find solutions for everything, to understand the totality of it. Not what I see around me, but I see a lot of other things which happens with it. And man is physical. I've said many times to Caroline, do you know why we come here as messengers of universe? Because it's a break time. We come to enjoy the physicality. We come to understand through physicality the weakness that we have to strengthen in the next dimension. Try.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Carry on. Ask question.
Thank you very much. This is Keith in America for answering my question relating to diabetes last week. That was incredibly helpful to many members of my family.
Have you seen any change?
Not yet, but the process has begun. And I had a further question for you.
Huge.
And regards to the process that one would go through for assisting someone that has herpes simplex or even genital herpes. Since we're talking about sexual diseases, it seemed an appropriate question. Would that
let me
process
explain
be
to you
similar?
something back going on, more or less, but you have to understand why and how. Let me go back to the diabetes. What we have seen is that diabetical behavior in the Western world and Africa is slightly different. What we see is that you have to adjust the process slightly if you do not see perfect results. You have to understand, maybe you have to use slightly different things, maybe slightly more of one or less of the other thing. Diabetic is psychosomatic, and the anxiety in Africa and in other nations is different than the others. And as a white skin or a black skin, we absorb different fields of strength, and our emotions are slightly different. So even though we call it diabetic, it still has and is slightly different in one environment than the other. So when you test, we see within 3 days, very rapidly. Within first 3 to 6 days, we see a conversion. If you don't see, it means you're in different environment. Change the composition and the dosage. It's very important till you find a balance. And then teach us, because then you understand one to the other. Yesterday we were one of the most powerful men, what do you call it, or thinking he is, in a way, beautiful man I've met in the world of politics. And he said, I cannot believe it does this thing. And by the time we finished the conversation, he says, can I have some of that water, please? I'm diabetic. And we had to go back to his house to deliver to him that he gets administered, that he can see. When we handle these things, understand, as we said, we manifest ourselves according to the environment that we are in, or we want to be. So when you talk about diabetic, and what we suggested as a process last time, is you have to adjust it for different part of the world. Here in Africa, we have found a solution, and it seems to be working very fine. If you don't see results within the first, let's say, week, 2, and then keep to that dosage and teach us. In respect to other sexual transmission diseases, there is a bacteria, there is a microbe, there is a virus involved. You have to understand in which way you can change the environment that the bacteria or the virus cannot live. These kind of conditions comes out of the environment which has been facilitating it. So
You've got to see how you can change the environment. And when it comes to these kind of problems, the mutation of the environment creates conditions of return. There is something very important, and Caroline been telling me, you have to teach this, you have to teach this. Nowadays, due to the process of what you call antibiotics. Antibiotics have been created in a way to kill different bacteria, and the bacteria, as they change, they affect different part of the body. They just don't work on that specific problem. One of the things that the doctors see, and especially women see, and it carries on and they can't find any solution for it, with a large dosage of antibiotics or some antibiotics when women are given, it not only changes the condition of the infection, but it creates a new environment, which is the infection of the womb or vagina. And then you see all sorts of conditions, rashes or whatever. And these are the side effects of antibiotic. And it goes on, and they give it back to the man, and the man comes back all sorts of rashes and all sorts of problems. What is in the market? What is in the market? When the doctors, you know you have this problem. When a doctor gives you antibiotics, ask from the doctor a simple thing. Can I have a Dafalcan, please? The medicine Dafalcan created is to reverse the condition which the antibiotic creates in the womb and in the sexual organs for the woman.
Can I tell the name correctly?
Yeah, please.
The infection which the women start getting is called Candida. And the one tablet you have to ask is Diflucan. It's a one tablet, once intake. As you start your antibiotic, it covers your body for 3 weeks to prevent this kind of candida to start emerging into the vagina, to create this kind of, we call it white flood. And even women which have this problem hanging already for years, just go to your pharmacy. You can buy it off the shelf with no prescription. You ask for a Diflucan. You ask for the highest dosage. You take one tablet and you give one tablet to your partner, and you're both clean within 2-3 days, and all your problems just disappear.
Would you like to spell it?
I'm going to have to type it down in the chat room.
Somebody can read it, because not many people will see the chat after we switch off.
Okay, I will pass it on to the webmaster to be able to, maybe I can send a picture to Rick so he can take it from.
Do not put a picture. We just put the word.
I think that
Thank you very much,
already
Caroline.
put the link.
Stanley knows the word.
Yeah, we know the word. That I see the link already in the chat by Sandra.
Yeah.
Can you put it on? Don't show the material. Just write the name that they can use.
Yes.
Yeah, and you ask for the highest dosage, because there are different dosages. If you already have been suffering for years with this problem, just go to the pharmacy, just ask the tablet. The two partners should take it at the same time, and your body just cleans up. Even if it's already been there for years, it doesn't make no difference, because you never receive the correct, as we say, for different funguses, you need different creams or different tablets to be able to conquer them. And this is one which generally always conquers candidas.
Caroline, this duplicant is only for the candida, but what he's talking about is herpes. Herpes is you constantly have to take medication, which is antibiotic.
That's a different condition. We're talking about different thing. For this specific, that's what we talked about. Herpes, you change the environment and it changes. This is additional information, Azar. Separate.
Yeah, duplicant is for the candida that every woman gets it for no reason sometimes, just not having a good hygienic. But herpes can is
But it comes. Yes, but that was different thing. I said, Caroline, keep on asking me to explain. That's a we share a lot of knowledge. You have to change the environment. You have to understand what is herpes.
You cut out there for a minute. You want to repeat that?
Pardon?
You cut out there for a minute there. So you can.
I don't understand.
Just please repeat what you're just saying.
I said you have to look. Rick, can you come up with the explanation of what is herpes, please? In Wikipedia, we usually go to it.
The herpes goes dormant. The herpes goes dormant, and then when the woman goes through the stress time, it shows up again.
So,
Azar, Keshe and Azar, please. One additional information is a lot of people in India are suffering with this kind of problem through different means not caused by antibiotic. I know somewhere that even they go in the Ayurveda to try to find a special diet to prevent candida. It even, if you notice children with a swollen belly, it's not because they have been malnutrition, it's because they have inherited or through the birth canal they have received the infection from the mama. So pay attention to children. They have a very bad digesting system. They do not eat a lot, but they have a swollen belly. Check with the doctor if they carry the infection from the mama through the birth. It can appear very late, but these are problem babies.
Yes,
and usually it is referred to the candida infection from the mama.
But Caroline, you're right. Herpes. If a woman has herpes and they get pregnant, the herpes can be transferred to the baby through the birth canal. That's 100%. And then it stays dormant, and then it shows up later on through their life. It could be teenager year or later on. But usually, any woman who gets herpes through either the birth canal or through sexual activities, it will show up. I know women who have it, and then every month it shows up on them because I see them in my practice. And there are some women, they have it and they haven't had any episode for years and years because their lifestyle also matters. So how it shows up is according to the environment.
I do understand, but I think for herpes, we're going to have to go and analyze maybe the same way as I was treating the puppies to get rid of these severe viruses. Maybe we can externally, if Mr. Keshe gets the more information what herpes exactly is, I think we can proceed with most probably with the same combination of cancers to get rid of herpes.
You are absolutely right. I mean, nobody has done it, but if we all try it, I mean, people who have herpes and we provide them with the GANS water, I'm 100% sure with using the GANSes to daily basis, that virus is going to disappear 100%, but Mr. Keshe knows better.
Yes, and also I'll contribute that Candida is also commonly known as a yeast infection for most of the women here in America.
Is that the same metartiosa? They call it metartiosa? The same disease?
Can you repeat the name again, please?
Metadriosa or something like this, which is like a white, not liquid, white thing comes in the womb of the woman.
Try and see if you respond or she responds with the diflucan. Maybe it's a slight variation, but it doesn't harm diflucan. So you cannot harm yourself. You just eliminate, and if it doesn't disappear, you're gonna have to look to the properties what that specific white flood is creating, because then you can find, as Mr. Keshe said, the right create the right environment that it cannot exist within your body.
This the doctor said this goes to one of 3 women in the world, and this what you call it caused by hormone or something. Maybe it's different one.
I think it will be wise to bring these kind of problems into the medical, and then we can do research on it and give a feedback, because I've been asking Mr. Keshe for another problem which exists also. A lot of children are getting affected is the parasites. We need to find a solution for parasites as well.
I will send you, Caroline, the name in your chat. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much. If Dr. Klaus can pick it up, we can look into it.
Mr. Keshe, did you want me to read something about this herpes thing from Wikipedia, or
I don't see
are we?
Rick, I don't see him on the list. I think he dropped out.
Okay.
He will be back. It's just a matter of time, but it would be nice if the doctors could do some tests with parasites. I think but I couldn't confirm. That's why I'm not 100% sure. Because Beauty, she was carrying the virus and she was carrying the parasites. And I'm not sure if I conquered both of them. So if there should or could be any lab tests with the CEO and the CO2 and the zinc in combination in a lab, then we will be for sure that we can rule it out. I know 100% sure it attacked the virus, which is the parvovirus, but I was not 100% sure because I didn't get no confirmation, the after tests were not done, that it also conquered the parasites. Because they come through food, they come through children playing outside, they get infested. In Africa, it's very normal that they go every 3 months to take a series of tablets to clean the bodies, because they know they are continuously present in the water and in the environment. In the West, we carry a lot of problems, but we never go to analyze if the children or adults carry this kind of parasites. And sometimes if you do a course of them, you totally change, because they deplete you a lot from your energy. So it would be very nice if the doctors could come forward with some kind of confirmation that this way it works, because we can have a method to help a lot of people.
Yes, thank you very much.
Also, Caroline, there is a study done that when people had parasite and then they put them on certain supplement, they got rid of the parasite. After a couple of months, the parasite come back. It means the person's body environment is suitable for parasite to show up. And there are some people who have never get any parasite in their whole life, absolutely clean, and never ever get even one. And then there's a correlation with their long life and be clean from parasite. Anybody that you check, they come, you see in the news or someplace, they're 105 years old, 110 years old, or 99 years old. All of them, without any exception, they have no parasite. So there is the environment in the body doesn't allow the parasite to live. It doesn't. But so we have to create that environment, and I think that environment can be created. We have to change the vibration of the body, which is the magnetic and gravitational respect to each other. So if we use the combination of the gases with the daily usage, I think we can accomplish it. But these are all, we have to do a trial to see if that's possible. Somebody has to just start doing it and then take a record of it and see where it goes. Like even with the children you're talking about, we should create a combination of the gases and give it to them and then monitor them and see what's going to happen. Is the vibration of the kids going to go higher? So when you leave them in the environment, they're not going to get it, or they go back and they get it, or we discontinue it. So we have to do a couple of different trials, different groups, and test them for like a year or 2 years, and then come with a result that we can give it to the population.
Okay, can we go back to the herpes? If you read what's on the page of Wikipedia, can you hear me? We lost it. Can we go?
Yes, we hear you, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, but somebody touched the screen, we could see.
You should be able to see it there now.
Yeah, it's changed. It used to be legible, now it's not. Somehow somebody has touched.
Rick, I was sharing the herpes virus as such. Try to find herpes simplex virus article.
Okay, can we see what
That's
is?
what I have up is herpes
No,
simplex.
but it's not legible. Something is we can't see it, or at least I
Okay,
can't.
someone else share it then. I don't understand
Yeah, it's
what's going
perfect
on.
now. It's okay now. Okay, what it says on the third paragraph is in symptoms of herpes simplex virus infection. Can you read it? Can we see it? It says symptoms of herpes simplex virus infection. And then go back what you read, it says virus. We know this technology works on viruses effectively. It's for us to find out which field strength can drain the energy from the which is attached itself to the amino acid. That virus, that word virus is the key. Which means it is connected to the emotion and is connected to neurosystem of the amino acid, which means in this case, because you have to understand herpes wide research done years ago. When you see it around, whatever they call it, the sores around the lips, as it tells you, on the skin, blisters. This around the, if you get it around the mouth, they said it actually lies between the connection between the two sections, the tubes of the life of the man, where the lips finishes and the skin starts. The lip skin is different than the face skin. There's an interface, a very fine separation. And this virus lives in that gap. And because it sits in that gap, and the skin of the man is part of his brain, then embeds itself into the brain of the man through the neurosystem. We see many people who have or catch and show blisters, according to research, at later age, show signs of dementia and what we call the side effect of dementia, which means they can't remember things and other bits. Because this has the strength which connects itself to the memory part. This virus can be changed, but when you change it, because it's a virus, it interacts with the skin, it touches the memory, and it brings all sorts of other side effects we see in the later life. is to handle it by changing the environment by magnesium oxide. Is not connected to tissue muscle. Is connected to the environment, so it needs separation from physicality, which is attached itself to inside or under skin, and it needs a zinc oxide because it's come through the emotion line, and it needs a CO2. So you have to change the environment to be it on the skin, be it inside, be it in any shape or form. You have to change the environment. It's a virus, so you have to deplete its energy, that it becomes amino acid, and amino acid leaves the body of the man. We see the same process with HIV. It's the process we have to understand the connections. The word is there, is a virus. The second word tells you is where it connects itself, which is lips. Why lips? Why the skin? Because skin is part of your emotion. It's connected to your brain. It's part of the structure of it. It's connected to your lung, which is the way you feed your emotion through the energy you absorb from the gaseous part. So this problem is solvable. It can be done, but you have to handle it in all 4 aspects of it. Its physicality, its emotion, connection to neural system, and its environment. So you need a zinc oxide, you need a magnesium oxide, you need to overcome, or what we call to disinfect for the external use, not for inhaling, copper oxide. That whatever is depleted from energy in conversion to be an amino acid, you clean it or you change the energy that stays and is not there to support another life, another cycle. For herpes, that's the only solution we see, and in what has been tested is proven to be correct. You need to do and understand that you're not taking medicine. The beauty with this technology is you change the environment. Is when you're allergic to cold, when I make this room freezing, you walk out. I don't need to go because cold is perfect for me. You change the environment, and with it, every stage, every environment has to be considered. The lips, the brain, the sexual organ, and where it could be life that it does not create the condition for it to survive. In this knowledge, we don't destroy anything. We just create a condition that my soul is at peace with my physicality. Those who would like to be part of me, as long as they don't take or they don't create a condition which touches my soul, you're welcome. As long as I don't give that uncomfort to another person, that I become the cause of the suffering of another soul. Understand how to operate, you don't need medicine. Medicine is the correct conduct of the soul without suffering in the physical dimension. Change.
Thank you very much.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I do.
That's all it is.
Mr. Keshe, we have managed to cure many of these diseases with the.
Are you a doctor? Can I ask you, are you a doctor?
No, I practice.
So you cannot cure. We had this problem with it. Let me explain. We had this problem with the guys from Norway. If you are a doctor, you can pick a cure. If you are trying with plasma, you create an environment. And a lot of people are misleading themselves with this information. If you are a doctor, you tell us you cure. And then you go to the medical section. If you are somebody who's trying and practicing for yourself, that's a different thing. You process what you see, and we prefer to listen in that direction. Hello?
Yes, thanks, sir. Thank you.
Any other question? Very strange. Nobody asks about the creation of the soul. I think they're too afraid of it. You haven't become brave enough to indulge in what has actually created you. Let me explain something very interesting which puts fear in the life of many of you. And I was told, don't make people afraid. I don't make you afraid. I want to teach you something new. It's so beautiful that if you understand it, you touch the soul of the creation. The soul of the man itself has a structure. And if the man understands the structure of the soul, will reach to every dimension in the world of the creation. For past thousands of years, you've been afraid of knowing, or you've been kept away from knowing where your soul is. And now that you know the soul is in the center of the creation of the physicality, now I teach you something new. Where the soul itself has a structure within it, which is understanding and in connection with the rest of its organ, which is the totality of the souls of the universe. When you go in the inner sanctums of the soul, does have no gender, but it's there to facilitate its existence, that creates comfort for every other soul within the structure of its interaction, be it internal or external. The soul of the man is the center of the creation, and in structure is the same as the body physicality of the man. It has condition, environment where it communicates. It has environment where it receives, like your ears. It has environment where it analyzes what needs to be and has to be, and to where it has to go to in what strength. Has a brain, as you call it, of the man's physicality, the same. So what you got to understand, it shows is structure of the fields in manifested in physicality as the brain of the man. Now maybe the man can understand why each part of his brain has different function, as it reflects the operation of internal operation of the soul itself in communication within the structure of the soul of the man. And then when you can reach the inner sanctum of the soul, you'll find out you have reached the essence of the creation. This is a long, long way away from the present understanding of the man. But those who are wise and understand it, that's why you go to your soul, because the interaction of the physicality sits within the structure of the soul with the totality of the creation. Now you understand even the soul has a structure. Now you understand how it manifests its own structure in the dimension of physicality of this planet, as it allows to be given to guarantee the survival of entity, but in fact still keeps its own operation, this totality within itself. Then you understand, as I said, why you have ears and lungs and control of them within the brain. It transfers its field interaction to a physical manifestation. You call it the brain. This control system is beyond the comprehension. At the physical level, which is at the lowest level, transforms into the arms and legs control and the physicality of the man in very gifts. On the other dimension is in interaction, communication and connection with every soul of the entity within the structure of the universe. If you manage to reach to understand the work and inner sanctums of the soul of the man, then you can manifest yourself in any dimension at any point. A few people have achieved it, but our purpose is to teach totality. Then you don't need no jet plane and you don't need a spaceship, but you can transmute yourself at the strength of the environment you want to be in, to manifest yourself in that environment at that point in time. The soul, in its slowing down according to what it has in the structure, creates and manifests itself in the shape of the brain of man. But you have to understand, it's not the shape of it, is the brain of the man, the structure of the brain is dictated by what this environment allows the field, the strength of the soul to manifest themselves into. And it's not the shape and the structure of the soul within the body of the man. Blessed are those who understand. Because if you understand the meaning of what has been taught, you have found the secret to the passage of the universe, where there is no time and no dimension. And this is the virtue of the messengers of the universe, where we travel down these passages to see, to hear, and when we hear the cry of a soul, that being the soul of this planet, we respond. The Second World War and the consecutive wars have brought us to this point to change the course, as man has created too much suffering for itself. When one body suffers in the family, the whole family suffers. When there is war and conflict and people suffer, the whole humanity suffers. When you fish the wrong way and you hurt so many and damage so much, we hear the noise and the voice and the cry of the fish, where we have to teach the man not to fish, that it doesn't bring harm to the fish. This is why you are taught to stop. You are taught to learn to use, to come to the essence of understanding the essence of food cycle through the gans, that you stop the killing. Not only the man, but the animals. We must feed to must kill to be able to consume. Thank you very much for today. If there are no other questions, we close. And if you have...
Well, there's always more questions, Mr. Keshe, of course, but I think they can be held over till next week, let's say.
Thank you very much indeed. What is our time? We are about within our time limit, I presume.
Well, we're 5 hours. We've gone an hour over our time limit of our 4-hour show. We had to restart that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for today, and we hopefully learn a little bit more from each other in the next cycles.
Thank you so much, Mr. Keshe, and others. Okay, that's the end of the 170th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 4th, 2017. And as always, thank you everybody for attending. Okay, we will end the live stream now and stop that part. And we'll give a minute for the other broadcast to wind down here.